and these armed response officers jumped out and sort of started attending to the guy on the floor, and then one of the other group who was with this guy on the floor, I think, started leading the officers up the road towards London Bridge. We did walk past the guy who was on the floor. I didn't sort of manage to see what he was like, but he looked in a bad way. I can't tell if he was hit by something or if he was shot or anything like that. But yeah, that's what we thought. And people were coming from the London Bridge direction, telling us people had been either shot or stabbed, telling us to get back. So we just sort of retreated back to London Bridge, where we are now. There's no trains running. We're at Waterloo East. And there's no trains running through London Bridge, so we're stuck at Waterloo East now.
So Nick, just to try and work out the geography, how far from London Bridge were you? How far was this individual that you saw lying on the floor?
It's difficult to say. We must have been about a 10-minute walk maybe from London Bridge, and we were walking in that direction from this bar, but we obviously were then pushed back by members of the public, not by police, telling us that something had happened, so we turned around and walked the other way. But they told us 6 people had been either shot or stabbed. But that's obviously just by members of the public telling us that.
And just in terms of the number of the emergency service personnel that you've seen, there have been a number of reports of armed police on the scene. Have you seen any of those?
There were, when I'd say about 15 seconds after I saw this guy on the floor, they managed to flag down one of the armed police vans coming past. About 5 maybe armed police jumped out of the van and started attending to the guy on the floor. Then I'd say about maybe 3 of them started running up off the street towards London Bridge, away from us. Couldn't see where they were going or anything like that, but they were definitely heading up to sort of the London Bridge area.
And Nick, there have been some reports of a white van as being the vehicle responsible. Did you see anything matching that description?
I did not see any kind of white van or anything like that. All we literally saw is a guy, one single guy. He was maybe 20 to 30 years old, lying on the floor, maybe unconscious. That's also, I did not see any sign of a white van.
Nick, many thanks for speaking to us. We appreciate it. We have now on the line Tony Murphy, who was also in the area. And Tony, describe to us what you saw, what you heard this evening.
I'm actually military, and about half an hour ago, preceding all the problem, I have a flat which is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, so London Bridge is across the way. And in fact, there was tremendous gunfire which started. I thought at first it was fireworks, but then I recognised it was significant gunfire. And that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after. But the whole incident started with gunfire, and it was significant gunfire. It went on for quite a few minutes, which other people would have thought it was fireworks, but of course I recognised it immediately. So, I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that, the whole shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment. But I was worried about it. And in fact, I texted my family to say there was gunfire even before this started.
Tony, so when you heard this gunfire, was it, in your opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing a burst, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon?
Well, there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant, it went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks. And it was still going on, so it happened for a while. But that was before there was any police response, which took about 10 minutes, because they all passed my flat along Upper Thames Street, which I saw them, and the helicopter was in fact, the responses were unbelievably fast, including a helicopter.
So, Tony, roughly what time did you first hear that burst of gunfire?
That was, I lose track of time. It would have been about over half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was about, the police came about 10 minutes afterwards when they were on the scene passing with all the first police to go. Would have been about 10 minutes after I heard the gunfire.
And so from your flat, which, as you said, I think you mentioned is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, do you actually have sight of London Bridge?
I don't have sight. No, I could hear it quite comfortably. I had the window of the flat open, and I could hear the gunfire quite comfortably.
Tony Murphy, many thanks for speaking to us. I want to bring in Will Heaven, who, for many people, was the first person to indicate that there was something happening on London Bridge this evening. Will, thank you for speaking to us. You are in and around London Bridge. Tell us exactly what you saw.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge, on the pavement, there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road, and then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that, but those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident. And I think I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped. After we'd seen all of that, we stopped in standstill for a few minutes, and I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4, and they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
So you then, I presume, exited your taxi and left the bridge. Now, as you were leaving the area, we presume you saw a lot of emergency service personnel heading in the other direction. Just describe to us what you saw as you were moving away from the area.
So as we were moving away from the area, we saw people one person being lifted into the back of an ambulance, and they were clearly in a bad way, covered in a blanket, being comforted by first responders. We walked a little bit further. We were stopped at intervals by policemen and women who basically said, have you seen anything? Have you witnessed anything firsthand? And the truth is, we really haven't seen the incident itself so much as the aftermath. So we walked along and we were guided towards, there's a hotel on the north side of the bridge. As we walked northwards on the right-hand side, where witnesses were being guided to give witness statements to the police, we basically said, look, it seems like we arrived during the aftermath. We saw injured people on the road, injured people on the pavement, and we heard of worse things further down the road. And so we were basically guided out of the cordon. There was already a police cordon. There was a helicopter overhead, a lot of police there, ambulances en route, armed police clearly in presence, and we were basically guided away from that area, and we got into a black cab and got kind of as far away from the area as we could, really, as quickly as possible.
Entirely understandably. Well, in your own words, you say you believe that you arrived on the bridge in the aftermath of the incident. One witness that we spoke to just before you suggested that he heard substantial gunfire, rapid gunfire, tremendous gunfire, in fact, was his phrase. You didn't.
We didn't hear gunfire, but when we were sitting in the back of the taxi, we were in standstill for a moment, and I said to the man driving the cab, please, clearly something's going on, please lock the doors, and he did. And then a couple of minutes later, after we saw the armed police, we then saw a sort of sudden, not quite a stampede, but a sudden group of people running northwards over the bridge, and clearly people in a real state of something that was happening.
Well, we hope you get home safe and soon. Many thanks for speaking to us. For viewers just tuning in, let's update you as to what has been happening in London this evening. Police have described it as a major incident on London Bridge. A number of reports of a number of injuries after a vehicle, it is said, to have ploughed into pedestrians. The gentleman we were just speaking to, the managing editor of the Spectator magazine, Will Heaven, suggested that there were injured people on both sides of the road. In his words, he didn't believe that it was an accident. We heard a little bit earlier from Tony Murphy, an eyewitness who has a flat just adjacent to Southwark Bridge, the bridge that's just next to London Bridge. He heard rapid gunfire, tremendous gunfire, and this, in his view, was before the police were there in numbers. Certainly there have been a number of reports coming, most recently and specifically from the Reuters news agency, that there is evidence of a knife attack that took place in the immediate aftermath of the injuries caused by that vehicle, some suggestion of it being a white van that mounted the pavement and brought some people down. But emergency services there in tremendous numbers, ambulance, police, and as our Home Affairs correspondent Mark White identified just a little bit earlier, armed police there in numbers. Earlier we spoke to Caroline Brenier. She saw what was happening.
So I just was walking out of the London Bridge station, and I was walking to catch a bus. There were police officers in the street. Some of them were coming by car, other ones were running. Then we just, like, the traffic was stopped, the buses were stopped. We just saw police officer just running, and there was one guy telling them to go in this or this direction, but I don't know exactly where they were going. And then this specific guy wearing a white shirt just left down, I think it's Solly Street. Then the area was evacuated, so I went to the London Bridge station, and 5 minutes after that, the station was evacuated. So everybody coming out of the station, and now the police are beginning to move down the street, and there are still people walking in the street, but like most of the people they left.
But in terms of people who are in and around London Bridge, it appears from the pictures that we're looking at the moment that they are being directed out of the area by the police.
Well, the police just asked people to move, and they did, and they moved just quietly, and everybody left.
And in terms of when the station itself was evacuated, how was that announcement made? Was that by someone coming live over the tannoy, or was this one of the messages that they have pre-recorded? I'm just trying to get to grips with what you were told when you were told to leave the station.
So I wasn't inside the station at the moment. I was outside the station. I just saw people coming out of the station. So everybody was coming out, and like a few minutes after that, they just told us to leave the street. So we went down the street a little bit. But I wasn't inside the tube station when they asked people to leave.
And of course, this being a Saturday night in London, one presumes there are quite a lot of people on the streets at this time.
Yes, there is. There were like a lot of people coming out of the station. Most of them are gone now. The street looks pretty empty for a Saturday night, but there's still people walking by. So you can't go up the street. You can't access the area.
And how have people been reacting? You will have seen many faces moving past you this evening as events on London Bridge have unfolded. Have people been responding with panic, with fear, with uncertainty?
Well, the people coming out of the station, they moved like pretty quietly, calmly. There was no panic, but I saw people running from near the scene of the incident. They were just running down the street, so I saw a few people running, but mainly it was quiet. But the police officers were kind of shouting at us to leave, so people I think they didn't want to panic or anything, and they just left.
Well, these are live pictures from as close as we can get to London Bridge. London Bridge just in the direction that those police officers are heading, carrying what would appear to be shields and wearing helmets. We should repeat, we spoke a little earlier to Tony Murphy, who lives close to London Bridge. For now, he is the only witness that we have spoken to who suggested that there was a gunfire. Certainly, we spoke just a moment ago to Will Heaven, who was travelling across the bridge in a taxi in what he thought was the immediate aftermath of the incident. He didn't hear any gunfire. However, what he did see were people moving away at speed past his taxi, having already seen a number of people injured to the sides of the road. Well, a little earlier we spoke to another witness, Nick Archer.
We just finished drinking at a bar, and we came out onto the road and looked to my left, and there was a guy. To be honest, I thought he was just drunk. He had so much to drink. He was lying on the floor, and then a couple of seconds later, about 3 police vans flew past, and the guys who were with the guy that was on the floor managed to flag one of these police vans down, and the armed response officers jumped out and sort of started attending to the guy on the floor, and then one of the other group who was with this guy on the floor, I think, started leading the officers up the road towards London Bridge. We did walk past the guy who was on the floor. I didn't sort of manage to see what he was like, but he looked in a bad way. I can't tell if he was hit by something or if he was shot or anything like that. But yeah, that's what we thought. And people were coming from the London Bridge direction, telling us people had been either shot or stabbed, telling us to get back. So we just sort of retreated back to the London Bridge where we are now. There's no trains running. We're at Waterloo East. There's no trains running through London Bridge, so we're stuck at Waterloo East now.
So Nick, just to try and work out the geography, how far from London Bridge were you? How far was this individual that you saw lying on the floor?
It's difficult to say. We must have been about a 10-minute walk maybe from London Bridge, and we were walking in that direction from this bar, but we obviously were then pushed back by members of the public, not by police, telling us that something had happened, so we turned around and walked the other way. But they told us 6 people had been either shot or stabbed. But that's obviously just by members of the public telling us that.
And just in terms of the number of the emergency service personnel that you've seen, there have been a number of reports of armed police on the scene. Have you seen any of those? There were, when I'd say about 15 seconds after I saw this guy on the floor, they managed to flag down one of the armed police vans coming past. About 5 maybe armed police jumped out of the van and started attending to the guy on the floor. Then I'd say about maybe 3 of them started running off the street towards London Bridge, away from us. Couldn't see where they were going or anything like that, but they were definitely heading up to sort of the London Bridge area. And Nick, there have been some reports of a white van as being the vehicle responsible. Did you see anything matching that description?
I did not see any kind of white van or anything like that. All we literally saw is a guy, one single guy. He was maybe 20 to 30 years old, lying on the floor, maybe unconscious. That's also, I did not see any sign of a white van.
Clearly, a major incident taking place in London this evening. Armed police at London Bridge in numbers. The bridge itself has been closed. We believe that at least one hotel has been evacuated in the area. We saw a number of people moving towards our camera a few minutes ago in their pyjamas, who'd clearly been asked to leave as quickly as is possible. We have no information as to the number of casualties that have taken place, but there are a number of injuries. We've had from a variety of witnesses reports of people on the ground, on the bridge, and indeed in the road to the bridge. However, as is always... only one witness has been talking about the sound of gunfire. His name was Tony Murphy. He has a flat near to Southwark Bridge, which is just close to London Bridge. Here's what he told us.
I'm actually military, and about half an hour ago, preceding all the problem, I have a flat which is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, so London Bridge is across the way, and in fact there was tremendous gunfire which started. I thought at first it was fireworks, but then I recognised it was significant gunfire, and that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after. But the whole incident started with gunfire, and it was significant gunfire. It went on for quite a few minutes, which other people would have thought it was fireworks, but of course I recognised it immediately. So, I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that, the whole shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment. But I was worried about it. And in fact, I texted my family to say there was gunfire even before this started.
Tony, so when you heard this gunfire, was it, in your opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing bursts, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon?
Well, there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant. It went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks. And it was still going on, so it happened for a while. But that was before there was any police response, which took about 10 minutes, because they all passed my flat along Upper Thames Street, which I saw them in the helicopters. In fact, the responses were unbelievably fast, including a helicopter.
So, Tony, roughly what time did you first hear that burst of gunfire? That was,
I lose track of time. It would have been about over half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was about, the police came about 10 minutes afterwards, when they were on the scene passing with all the first police to go. Would have been about 10 minutes after I heard the gunfire.
Well, these are live pictures from just down the road from London Bridge. In fact, our camera was rather closer, but as you can understand, the police have been very keen to push back the public, push back the cordon, to try and get people as far away from the area as possible. Just a moment ago, you saw one police officer carrying what appeared to be a riot shield with helmet on, and in the distance on this shot here, you can see a number of ambulances, a number of police vans. Speaking a little bit earlier to our Home Affairs correspondent Mark White, it was pretty quick for him to identify. It was pretty quick for him to identify that there was armed response police on the ground. The Metropolitan Police suggesting that this is now a major incident in the parlance. A little earlier we were speaking to Will Heaven. He's the managing editor of The Spectator, and for many people that was the first, his tweets from the scene were the first indication that something significant, something serious was taking place in London this evening. He himself was in a taxi on its way over London Bridge. He saw a number of injured people. Here's what he said.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge on the pavement there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road, and then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that, but that's those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
That was Will Heaven speaking to me just a few minutes ago. I want to bring back in our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White. The Metropolitan Police, Mark, as they do in occasions such as this, communicating via social media, via Twitter, suggesting that they will release facts when they can. However, just in the past couple of minutes, they've suggested that there is a second incident that they're dealing with this evening.
Yes, that's right. Scotland Yard now confirming they are dealing with a second incident at Borough Market. Now, Borough Market, for those that know the geography of London, is not too far from London Bridge, but it's still a wee bit away. It is a separate incident, not the same incident. And the Scotland Yard confirming to us that they have emergency services personnel from all of the 3 emergency service agencies. Also, from a policing point of view, armed police officers are at both incidents. No idea at this stage about injuries at Borough Market. We have, of course, had these numerous reports now talking about at least half a dozen injuries on London Bridge, and some people we're told being quite seriously injured who are being triaged by members of the emergency services before being taken off to hospital. No information yet on how many injuries, if any, are at Borough Market, but it is, we're told, a separate crime scene, a separate incident. Armed police are at the scene. This is now a major incident that Scotland Yard is dealing with, and the information that I've got from sources is that, although they have not publicly said this, this is being treated as a terrorist-related incident. Scotland Yard will have to confirm that for themselves in the minutes or hours ahead, but the sources that I've been speaking to have told me that they believe that this was a terrorist-related incident.
Mark, in the past few minutes, these pictures, these are pre-recorded pictures that we're replaying at the moment, but we've seen a number of police officers with helmets and what appeared to be shields. What would they be? Why would they be wearing that sort of outfit at the moment?
Well, there are suggestions, and again, we must caveat this because it's unconfirmed, but there may still be a threat out there in terms of potential suspect or suspects out there. So that is why police are kitting up with protection, body protection, in terms of those shields that they have and their standard body armour. The level of protection, again, for armed officers is of a degree higher than that. They have ballistic protection. We've heard, again, these reports not confirmed at this stage by the police of multiple gunshots fired. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that if there was an attacker that was armed with something, they were armed with a gun. It's certainly possible that armed police may have opened fire on someone who was armed with, say, a knife. And we have heard reports of a knife attack that happened following the incident involving this transit-type white van that was involved in the incident on London Bridge, that there was a knife attack that happened in the immediate aftermath of that incident, and the van came to a halt. It's possible that the gunshots, if they were indeed gunshots that people were hearing, may have been from a policing side rather than any suspect. That will become clear, obviously, in the minutes and the hours ahead. But what we can say at this hour is that the police in London, Scotland Yard, and their colleagues from the City of London Police and the British Transport Police are responding to two separate incidents. You can see, you saw there on the map a short time ago, one at London Bridge, the other at Borough Market. There we can see these are officers from the Territorial Support Group. These are public order trained officers. They're kitting up in their ballistic shields, putting their protective helmets, their shields on there as well. So it would certainly suggest that they perceive that there is a threat out there, that there may still be a suspect or suspects who haven't been accounted for at this time. But they're kitting up, they're going and pushing forward as they will to the areas where these incidents happen. If there are suspects at large, clearly that complicates the situation much more. It means that one or more people are out there with the potential to continue doing harm, and they've got to be found. And that's why you're probably seeing police pushing forward. They may have a location that someone has been spotted at, or they may just be doing a systematic search of nearby streets, fully kitted up and taking all the precautions, because as we know, or is being reported at least, a number of people have been injured, and some of those, we believe, were injured as a result of a knife attack.
Mark, thank you. Well, as you might expect, with an incident of this type and a response of this size, Downing Street has told us that the Prime Minister, Theresa May, is in contact with officials and continues to be updated on the situation on the ground in and around London Bridge. These live pictures coming to us from our cameraman Pete, who's been on the ground within minutes of this incident taking place. He managed to speak to one eyewitness. Let's just take a listen.
What did you say? Outside Brindissa, like that, letting off gunshots.
Just say that again, sorry.
Brindissa restaurant, yeah?
Tapas Brandisha.
Yeah, on the Borough High Street, on corner Borough High Street and Southwark Street, yeah, two armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. No, get back. 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were shooting at?
No, but there's a crushed van outside Brindissa. So it looks like that's obviously where vans hit or something.
So that's on Borough Market? Yeah?
No, on Southwark Street, so on the corner. But look, why are these lot all running? They're still shitting because there's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang. But we've just been dashed back by the police.
Who are the police firing at?
I have no idea, mate. From what it looks like, though, there's shit going off.
Sorry, what's your name?
James.
And how old are you?
24. But I'm local. My brother works in Borough High Street.
Well, there we have from James, who very kindly spoke to our cameraman there. It appears that the second witness to some significant gunfire in and around London Bridge. He also spoke of a crushed van. The reason for it being crushed, it appeared in his mind to have been moving at speed. We know that there have been a number of injuries reported on London Bridge. We know that there have also been a number of reports of a knife attack that have followed. That, of course, is yet to be confirmed. But a little earlier, when we spoke to Tony Murphy, that witness close to Southwark Bridge, he spoke of rapid gunfire, tremendous gunfire that he believed had happened before the police were there in numbers. Now, he told me that he didn't actually, he was not in a position to see London Bridge directly, so that may well not have been the case. However, we have now 2 separate reports of gunfire on London Bridge. Will Heaven, that we spoke to just a little earlier, was travelling over the bridge in the immediate aftermath of the incident. He did not hear any gunshots, but he did see a number of people moving away at pace from the bridge, from his position stationary there. He also saw a number of people who had been injured on either side of the bridge itself. The very latest that we have from British Transport Police is this, that there are reports of a, in their words, number of casualties as a result of an incident that possibly involved both a vehicle and a knife. I just want to listen again to that witness that we had speaking to our cameraman. Pete, just a moment ago. It appears that he saw both the van and heard the gunfire. Let's have a listen.
Hi, Emily. Yeah, I'm live. I was literally, I crossed over London. What did you say?
Outside Brindissa. Like that. Letting off gunshots.
Just say that again, sorry. So
Brindissa restaurant, yeah?
Tapas Brandisa.
Yeah, on the Borough High Street, on corner Borough High Street and Southwark Street. Yeah, 2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. No, get back. 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were
3
shooting
shots. No, but there's a crushed van outside Brindissa. Yeah, like, so it looks like that's obviously where vans hit or something.
So that's on Borough Market? Yeah?
No, on Southwark Street, so on the corner. But look, why are these little...
That was the witness, James, again, and we just had a chance to listen to that a bit more carefully. He was close to Borough High Street. Now, for those who don't know London geography, Borough High Street is very close to London Bridge itself, and as often happens at times like this, conflicting reports of separate incidents may well prove to be the same incident. However, what James was saying there, that he saw 2 armed police behind a BMW X5, a large 4x4 vehicle, telling people to move away from the area and then firing their weapons, would appear to suggest at least that there are 2 incidents taking place, one on the bridge itself, another that has happened at Borough Market. It's one of those popular areas in the heart of London, restaurants, bars. Many people would have been gathering there. Met Police, the latest that they are telling us is that armed officers are responding at both scenes. We've now had a number of reports from witnesses in and around London Bridge who've seen injured people on the ground. We know that the transport situation in that part of London will be very, very difficult right now, with both the bridge and the local tube station being closed. It does appear that a vehicle has careened into a number of individuals on London Bridge. These pictures that we're looking at now, this is just the live pictures that we're looking at just now. Another van of police officers being brought in, removing their outer clothing before putting on the body armour and picking up their shields, which we've seen a number of times this evening. They're the police officers that have been assembling behind those ambulances just a short distance away from London Bridge itself. The first person we spoke to this evening was Caroline Brenier.
So I just was walking out of the London Bridge station, and I was walking to catch a bus. There were police officers in the street. Some of them were coming by car, other ones were running. Then we just, like, the traffic was stopped, the buses were stopped. We just saw police officer just running, and there was one guy telling them to go in this or this direction, but I don't know exactly where they were going. And then this specific guy wearing a white shirt just left down, I think it's Solid Street. Then the area was evacuated, so I went to the London Bridge station, and 5 minutes after that, the station was evacuated. So everybody coming out of the station, and now the police are going to move down the street, and there are still people walking in the street, but like most of the people they left.
But in terms of people who are in and around London Bridge, it appears from the pictures that we're looking at the moment that they are being directed out of the area by the police.
Well, the police just asked people to move, and they did, and they moved just quietly, and everybody left.
And in terms of when the station itself was evacuated, how was that announcement made? Was that by someone coming live over the tannoy, or was this one of the messages that they had pre-recorded? I'm just trying to get to grips with what you were told when you were told to leave the station.
So I wasn't inside the station at the moment. I was outside the station. I just saw people coming out of the station. So everybody was coming out, and like a few minutes after that, they just told us to leave the street. So we went down the street a little bit. But I wasn't inside the tube station when they asked people to leave.
And of course, this being a Saturday night in London, one presumes there are quite a lot of people on the streets at this time.
Yes, there is. There were like a lot of people coming out of the station. Most of them are gone now. The street looks pretty empty for a Saturday night, but there's still people walking by. So you can't go up the street. You can't access the area.
And how have people been reacting? You will have seen many faces moving past you this evening as events on London Bridge have unfolded. Have people been responding with panic, with fear, with uncertainty?
Well, the people coming out of the station, they moved pretty quietly, calmly. There was no panic, but I saw people running from near the scene of the incident. They were just running down the street. So I saw a few people running, but mainly it was quiet. But the police officers were kind of shouting at us to leave. So people I think they didn't want to panic or anything, and they just left.
Well, clearly this is a fast-moving and developing story with a number of conflicting reports. So let's just reiterate that which we know, that which we have heard from official sources. The Metropolitan Police and indeed Transport for London confirming that there is a major incident in and around London Bridge. The bridge itself has been closed. We've had a number of reports of a vehicle causing injuries to several people on the bridge itself. The Metropolitan Police have also told us that they're investigating and responding to reports of an incident at Borough Market. Now, that very popular area with locals and indeed with tourists, bars, restaurants and the like, is but a short distance away from the bridge itself. So it may well be the case that one incident has been confused into two. We've spoken to a number of people this evening who have been pushed back, as our cameras have shown, as the police have tried to create a cordon. Reports unconfirmed that a knife attack followed that vehicular attack on London Bridge itself. We know that there are, as you can see, police there in numbers, in riot gear, carrying shields. We know that there are armed police there in numbers, as identified by our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White. He also suggested that sources were telling him that there was now a working assumption that this was a terrorist attack. For many people who first learnt of this incident this evening, the place they would have heard about it was Twitter. Will Heaven works for The Spectator magazine. He was in a taxi crossing London Bridge in the immediate aftermath of whatever did take place. Before we listen to him, just a line that we are hearing, but we'll come to that in a second. Will Heaven spoke to me and told me that he had seen a number of people hit by a vehicle. Here's what he said.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge on the pavement there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road, and then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that. But those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident. And I think I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped. After we'd seen all of that, we stopped and standstill for a few minutes. And I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4, and they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
Well, as Will Heaven was suggesting there, an incident clearly far more serious than a road traffic accident taking place in and around the area leading up to London Bridge. Just a little bit earlier on, and we're putting the pieces of this this puzzle together as you are. We spoke to Nick Archer. He had been in a bar a distance away from London Bridge itself. He came out of that bar, and being a Saturday night, saw someone lying on the ground, thought perhaps just someone who'd enjoyed themselves too much. It appeared that wasn't the case. Now, he suggested that where he was some distance, maybe a 10-minute walk away from London Bridge. So that may well have been the route. That the vehicle that we're told is a van. Another witness speaking to us earlier suggesting that it was crushed as a result of its final impact. That may well have been the first stage in this horrific incident that is unfolding in front of us at the moment. We have now had two separate reports from witnesses of gunfire. Nothing, I should reiterate, from the police themselves, but one, Tony Murphy, whose flat is next to Southwark Bridge, adjacent to London Bridge, suggested that there had been gunfire ahead of the police arriving there in numbers. He said that they got there in substantial numbers some 10 minutes after that burst, that tremendous gunfire as he described it. One other witness that our cameraman providing these live pictures spoke to us a little bit earlier about suggested that there was gunfire in and around the area of Borough Market. Certainly we do know that the Metropolitan Police in London are treating this as a major incident, that they are responding to the incident close to where these pictures were taken on London Bridge itself, and that incident at Borough Market, again, just a short distance away from where there have been numerous reports now of a van injuring people by driving into them on the bridge. However, as is always the case at times like this, as you can see in that map there, that signifies just how close Borough Market is, and indeed London Bridge tube station, equidistant but to the east there on the south side of the River Thames. It is pretty clear that there is at least one significant incident that took place on London Bridge. There may have also been another incident a short distance away from Borough Market. The latest that we're hearing from the Press Association news agency, the PA, they've been telling us that members of the public were told to run away as fast as they could from the area. There is some video that has been circulating on social media, as yet unconfirmed, and we certainly won't bring it to you till we can be a little bit more certain as to its origin, but which shows police officers entering a bar close to London Bridge. We are purports to show police entering a bar close to London Bridge and telling people to get out. We also are supposing that a hotel in the area has been evacuated. The only evidence that we have for that, and certainly we have not heard from the police, we haven't heard from the hotel itself, whichever one it may be, was people in numbers, in their pyjamas, in their nightshirts, moving away from the area of London Bridge and away from that police cordon, which, as you can see, is firmly now in place. Armed police are in the area in numbers. British Transport Police suggesting that there are reports of multiple casualties. Nick Brandon from the British Transport Police control room said that he received reports of an incident possibly involving a knife and also a vehicle. So much of this needs to be confirmed by official sources. We do know that the Prime Minister is being kept informed as to events on the ground. We're also hearing that the Prime Minister is that the American President is being briefed as to the situation on the ground. All of this so soon after the incident on Westminster Bridge and then, of course, in Parliament Square, which led to so many people asking about the security in and around Parliament. This, not an area that would have enjoyed the same level of security, not an area that would have had the same number of police, armed police, ready to respond to any particular incident. However, the witnesses that we've been speaking to suggesting that police did get there and did get there quickly as soon as it became clear that something has happened. The Metropolitan Police have tweeted this. At 8 minutes past 10, officers responded to reports of a vehicle in collision with pedestrians on London Bridge. Officers have then responded to reports of stabbings in Borough Market. Armed officers responded and shots have been fired. Officers are now responding to an incident in the VAUXHAll area. Now, that again is south of the Thames in London, but to the west. Essentially, if you all of these areas that were identified by the Metropolitan Police as being involved, very, very close to each other. A little bit earlier, and I'm wondering if my director can find this again, we spoke to a young man who'd been in the area of Borough Market. He spoke to our cameraman, Pete, and he described seeing police officers responding. We now have from the Metropolitan Police themselves confirmation that shots were fired. This may well be the incident that they're describing.
Brindisa restaurant, yeah?
Tapas Brandy.
Yeah, on the Borough High Street, on corner by High Street and Southern Street. Yeah, 2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Werner, get back! 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were shooting at?
Nah, but there's a crushed van outside Brindisa.
Crushed van?
Yeah, like, so it looks like that's obviously where vans hit or something.
Let me just read you those tweets that I was just responding to from the Metropolitan Police. The information available at this stage, they say, from 22:08 hours, officers responded to reports of a vehicle in collision with pedestrians on London Bridge. Officers have then responded to reports of stabbings in Borough Market very close to London Bridge. They continue. Armed police officers responded. Shots have been fired. Officers are now responding to an incident in the VAUXHAll area. No more information from the police as to what is happening in VAUXHAll. There were reports that a stabbing incident followed the collision between that vehicle and pedestrians on London Bridge, which we know has led to a number of injuries. It may well be that the stabbing incident that a number of people were reporting was not on the bridge itself, but in Borough Market. Let me just remind you that the Prime Minister, we are being told by a Number 10 spokesman that the Prime Minister is in contact with officials, is regularly being updated on what's happening in London. In fact, we may well see the Prime Minister returning to the United Kingdom. These are live pictures. Let's just listen in.
Riot police are telling us all to move back.
Gary.
With those live pictures being provided to us by our cameraman Pete. And Pete, I hope that you can hear me, and I know the sound quality will not be great, but I just wonder if you can just tell us what exactly happened there. It looks like, is that someone in custody?
Neil, if you can hear me, I can't touch you.
Leave the area, please!
So police have... let me just catch my breath. They just apprehended some guy who they've just taken off in a vehicle. I think they're taking him down the corner direction. This is him now. Right, have you been round there?
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please leave the area for your own safety? Please leave the area.
Sorry about that. That was...
Right, clear streets, please. Move away from this junction.
Just leave the area.
Move away from this junction.
Tell me something.
Telling you your lives.
Move away.
Go down to a pub down the alley.
As possible. It does appear, from the attitude of the police, from what they have said there, for your own safety, please move back. And we did see one individual being taken into custody there, acting with a certain amount of urgency. Well, the police have indeed been advising people on Twitter. In fact, I'm just going to go to the Metropolitan Police account because they have been providing a number of updates through the evening. They are now telling people to run, hide and tell if caught up in the attack. To bring you up to date, this story develops at around about 10 past 10 this evening. The Metropolitan Police responded to reports of an incident on London Bridge. A vehicle was said to have driven into a number of people. We spoke a little bit earlier to Will Heaven, a journalist who was passing over the bridge in a taxi at the time. He was heading south. He saw an individual lying on the pavement to his left as he crossed over the bridge. Perhaps looked like a road traffic accident at that point. He then saw another individual lying on the road. It became clear at that point that this was perhaps something more than a road traffic accident. The Metropolitan Police responded to the reports from Will and others. They then, according to the Met Police Twitter feed, responded to reports of stabbings in nearby Borough Market. The only information they're providing to us at the moment is this, that armed officers responded and shots have been fired. They are now responding to an incident in the VAUXHAll area, which, as you look at that map there, you can see not a huge distance away, just south and southwest from London Bridge itself, easily walkable. Indeed, a journey that many people watching this will have taken, walking along South Bank, along the embankment, past Parliament on the other side of the Thames, where, of course, very recently indeed, there was that terrorist incident involving an individual driving a vehicle into pedestrians on Westminster Bridge and then that vehicle round into Parliament Square. Just continuing to monitor the information which is coming to us from a variety of sources. The very latest that we can tell you. A number of people have been injured. In the police's terminology, a number of casualties, no words as to whether or not any of those have resulted in fatalities. We know that police are there in numbers. Our cameraman has been pushed quite some distance, by my reckoning now, back from the bridge into, in fact, Borough Market. It seems apparent that there is an active investigation ongoing. It seems clear that police that are on the ground there are concerned about there being subsequent attacks subsequent to that one that we know about on London Bridge. Let's speak to Sky producer Nick Stiliano, who is actually in Borough Market at the moment. Nick, our camera has been pushed back quite some distance now. What can you tell us?
That's right. I'm just south of Borough Station at the moment. I've just been pushed back by a London Fire Brigade officer. There's a group of about 10 or 12 armed police with shields moving across up past Borough Market. There's about 3 or 4 sort of ambulance vehicles and doctors' vehicles, and they're blocking all the road. And there's a lot of police, non-armed police, coming down south and moving people inside the buildings, inside the pubs around. You might be able to hear that armed support unit police vehicle that's coming down the street now behind me. There's a lot of activity from lots of different emergency services. We've got police, we've got London Fire Brigade, we've got community support officers, and just behind me as well now there's another police transporter van being ushered through the traffic. It's absolutely gridlock. Not a lot of people know what's going on. It seems to be that the cars are more in tune with what's going on because they've got the radio in. People are kind of out on their Saturday night. They're enjoying there's a pub to my left. They're kind of just watching kind of the news now, and they're just getting drinks, and they've been told by the authorities to just kind of stay inside.
So when you say that, there appears to us, watching these pictures, seeing the police responding to our camera to pedestrians, there appears to be something of a sense of urgency.
Yeah, I think you can hear that. I'm just getting told to move back and further back. I've probably moved about 200 metres since we've just been on the phone. And it's a London Fire Brigade officer who seems to be cordoning off the area. They keep shouting it's for your own safety. And I can see from my phone, I can see the Sky News live shot at the moment. And it seems that people are just making a very wide kind of safe area. There's sort of about, at last count, about 8 police officers kind of ushering people out. There's confusion. There's a lot of people just trying to understand what's going on. There's a police officer in front of me trying to determine which the best way is to kind of call the side streets. There's a lot of side streets south of Borough Market, so people are walking down there and not really knowing where to go that's safe.
Nick, just for those who don't understand the geography of London, who are not aware of this part of London, just describe to us where we are in relation to London Bridge, and I mean, just how busy would these streets have been had this incident not have taken place?
I mean, it's very busy. I mean, I'm not as close to London Bridge as some of our side crews, but I'm just south of Borough Tube Station, which is one tube stop away from London Bridge. So this cordon seems to be quite vast, more vast than we saw a few months ago. There's lots of different emergency services coordinating the cordon. I'm kind of southeast of Borough Market, just kind of looking at the Maps app on my phone, and I'm probably about sort of maybe a kilometre away from London Bridge itself, but the police cars are kind of driving up more and more, and they're blocking the road. And the tapes just come out now. They're really trying to seal off, and lots of shouts are coming around saying that for your own safety, keep back. People in the adjacent flats being told to stay inside and lock the doors. People behind the cordon live in flats by Borough Tube Station. There's red and white tape being placed around them, and none of the police officers are giving any update at all. And it seems to be the London Fire Brigade that are coordinating with the Metropolitan Police. I see a lot of plainclothes officers as well coming through the cordon and heading towards the London Bridge area. But Borough Market, London Bridge, there's lots of popular pubs there. People will be out on a Saturday night, and you know, the pub that I'm standing outside at the moment, they don't even have the news on. They've got some kind of entertainment program inside, but people are kind of shoring up inside that pub, which is now behind the cordon. So I'm not sure how those people are going to be taken to safety. There's lots of people inside there that are on the phone. I assume kind of talking to loved ones. And there's just lots of people, I'd say about sort of 40, 50 people trying to work out where to go, which is safe, and they won't be ushered away by the emergency services.
Pause there, and as we approach the end of the hour, let's just remind our viewers as to what we know and what is conflicted in terms of the information that we're receiving. We were heard from the police, from the Metropolitan Police based in London. They responded at 8 minutes past 10 to reports of an incident on the bridge you can see there, London Bridge. A number of injuries said to have occurred as a result of a vehicle veering on and off the road. We spoke to Will Heaven, a journalist with The Spectator magazine, who was heading across the bridge at that point. He said that he saw first one individual lying on the ground on the left of his taxi, and then another. And when I asked him whether or not it could be the case that this was an accident, he said that he he did not believe it was so. We spoke to Tony Murphy, who lives very close to London Bridge, adjacent in fact to Southwark Bridge. He described hearing gunfire, tremendous gunfire, a prolonged burst of it, in his view, before the police were there in numbers. Now, this is where things become rather complicated. The Metropolitan Police have confirmed that there was another incident that they were dealing with, reports of stabbings that took place in the Borough Market area of London. Armed police responded, shots were fired. The police unable to provide any more information than that for the time being. That may well be the volley of gunfire that Tony Murphy was telling us about earlier. We then also spoke, in fact, our cameraman Pete has been diligently providing these pictures this evening as the cordon continues to be pushed back and back and back. He spoke to a young man, James, who had been in and around Borough Market. He described seeing a couple of armed police officers behind a BMW 4x4 vehicle firing a volley of gunfire themselves. We are now hearing from the Metropolitan Police that there is a third incident that they are investigating, this time in and around the VAUXHAll area of South London. No more words from them as to whether or not or as to the nature of the incident in the VAUXHAll area. Speculation on social media, which we won't give you the specifics of, but speculation that there is police activity in other parts of London this evening. We'll talk to you about that when we have something rather more concrete than supposition on Twitter. Well, of course, with the police confirming that there have been a number of people injured, the concern will be that those injuries will have led to fatalities. We do know that the ambulance service were there quickly and were there in numbers. These pictures we're replaying at the moment of police in riot gear, in helmets, moving at speed, telling people to push back as the cordon expands. We believe that these are the signs of an active hunt. Nothing from the police, of course, to confirm that, but having them dressed in riot gear with the helmets, with the shields, at least suggests that they believe that there's the possibility that people armed are on the streets still. Well, this is Sky News at midnight, and police are dealing with what they believe are terrorist incidents in a variety of locations around central London. An eyewitness reports that a van drove through pedestrians on London Bridge, resulting in a number of casualties, and that police opened fire. Well, Scotland Yard is saying that there are further incidents at nearby Borough Market and indeed at VAUXHAll. Nick Brandon from the British Transport Police Control Room suggesting he received reports of an incident possibly involving a knife and a vehicle. We know that a number of people in pubs and bars in and around the area have been asked to leave just as soon as they could. One presumes that was on the advice of the police. There's some video that's being circulated on social media which shows police officers entering a bar in the area of Borough Market and telling people to get out as soon as possible. This would appear to be that video itself that I was talking to you about just a second ago. Well, that indeed was the video that we were seeing circulated in social media. It appears that the police entered that bar and told people to get down or get out just as quickly as possible. A little earlier, I spoke to Will Heaven, a journalist from The Spectator magazine, a political magazine. He had been travelling over London Bridge in what he believed to be the immediate aftermath of whatever took place. Here's what he told me.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge on the pavement there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road, and then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that, but that's, those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident. And I think I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped. After we'd seen all of that, we stopped in standstill for a few minutes, and I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4, and they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
Well, indeed, Sky Sources telling us a little bit earlier, telling our Home Affairs correspondent, in fact, Mark White, that they believe this incident to be terrorism. Much of the solid information that we've been receiving this evening has been coming from the Metropolitan Police themselves via their social media accounts. And the very latest coming to us in the past couple of minutes, the following. They say this: please remain calm but be alert and vigilant. We are using all necessary skills and resources at London Bridge, Borough Market and VAUXHAll. Those are the three separate locations that have been identified by the Metropolitan Police as of interest. We know that on London Bridge itself, a van has crashed into, driven intentionally, it would appear, into a number of people. No indication of the number of casualties, but certainly more than a handful, it would appear. There were also reports of an incident nearby Borough Market, stabbing. A report of several reports of stabbing supposed to have taken place there. The police responded, armed police responded. They say that shots have been fired, and latterly we were told that they were also dealing with reports of an incident in and around the Vauxhall area. Now, just in terms of the geography, as we look at these pictures of armed police very close to London Bridge itself, the geography of the matter is that London Bridge and Borough Market are but a short walk from each other. Vauxhall rather more of a distance away. We spoke to Nick Archer a little bit earlier. He was in a bar about, in his words, 5 or 10 minutes walk away from the bridge itself. He said that when he exited this bar, he saw someone on the ground, believed, of course, before reports had widely circulated of what had been taking place in London this evening. He thought it was simply someone who'd enjoyed their Saturday night too much. It was not. It was someone who was suffering from a number of injuries. He saw a variety of police vans pass. One of them stopped and started providing first aid. And it may well be the case that that was perhaps the first part of the events that are unfolding this evening. The Metropolitan Police are telling us that they will release facts when they can. But of course, they are very concerned that their information must be accurate in their words. So it may well be the case we don't hear much from them for quite some time, particularly given the fact that resources will have been stretched. A major incident has been declared in London this evening. Let's speak to Sky reporter Caterina Vitozzi. Caterina, where exactly are you? We can see the flashing lights just over your shoulder, but where exactly are you in relation to the incident in London Bridge and Borough Market?
So London Bridge is in that direction behind me to the east. We've been pushed back by the police past these cordons to the other side of Southwark Bridge. But a little earlier on, I was on sort of the south side of London Bridge. This is very much alive, ongoing and incredibly busy and large police operation here. There were police officers shouting at the remaining pedestrians that were in that area to get back as far as possible. They were pushing people south away from London Bridge and west to the direction that we are in now. There was a tremendous amount of police presence. If we just want to have a look behind me, you can see that even in this direction, away from around a good 10-minute walk from London Bridge, there's a huge amount of police cars, ambulances who have responded to this incident. There are also helicopters flying overhead, and we are hearing about incidents in 3 locations now, not only London Bridge, but also in the Southwark area, which is where I'm standing now, and also in VAUXHAll as well. And what we're hearing is that, according to Metropolitan Police sources, that they are looking for 3 suspects. It is not known, there has been no sort of identity or description of these suspects offered at this time, but according to eyewitness reports, it is certainly a very traumatic incident, one which has resulted in a number of casualties.
Caterina, let's just describe these. I want to just describe these pictures that we're seeing at the moment at your location. It would appear to be, the best part of perhaps, well, thus far at least, certainly into triple figures. Members of the public walking away from those flashing lights towards the camera with their hands on their heads. If I can ask your cameraman to return to that shot, that would be great. Actually, of those people walking towards the camera. So we can just see in just a little bit more detail. That is, maybe a half a mile up the road from you, and they're not being escorted.
So what we...
Yeah, sorry, carry on,
They're
Caterina.
not being escorted, but they're not being escorted. And what was happening when we were in London Bridge is that there were a number of people who were perhaps about 5 minutes walk away from London Bridge. And when I was in that area, the police were very, screaming essentially at pedestrians to get out, to clear that area. Now, these may have been people who were just in bars in the area, who were hanging around, maybe trying to take photographs or to get some information about what was happening. But now it looks like these people are being, there's no police presence around them, but they have their hands on their heads and they're being escorted, pushed west out of the direction from London Bridge there, if you can see in our pictures. And these are people who are, it's difficult to say, but there are young people, old people, there's men dressed in suits, there's a few clutching a couple of bottles of beer, there are a few in tears. So these are clearly people who are being moved out of the area, and it seems that someone has told them to put their hands on their heads as they are doing so.
Caterina, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in again Sky producer Nick Stiliano, who's on the streets of London this evening. Nick, tell us where you are and what you've been seeing.
I'm just southeast of Borough Tube Station, which is about a kilometre south of London Bridge itself. You might be seeing my pictures at the moment. There's a large cordon There's police urging people to get back. I mean, actually, with a man called Ahmed at the moment, who was just returning from a night out with friends. Ahmed, you were trying to get back to your house, which is actually inside the cordon. Is that right?
Yeah, I just live at the back of the station. Yeah, I live at the back of the Borough station, but I can't get access to my house.
We appear to have lost Nick there. I mean, as you can imagine, as we try to get our reporters as close as we can to try and see exactly what has been happening. The problem is, of course, that the police want to do their job. And as we just saw in the past couple of minutes on the camera with Katerina, they're trying to get as many people out of the area as possible. But of course, with closing the bridge, closing London Bridge, closing the tube station, and indeed there are reports of other transport disruption elsewhere. Vauxhall, I should say, is something of a hub for that part of London south of the river. It may well prove to be rather difficult for people to get home. I just want to bring in, joining me in the studio is our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's been following what's going on at the moment. Now, we know that the Prime Minister is being kept up to date with the event. One imagines she'll be heading back to number 10 just as soon as possible.
The latest I've heard is that she's on her way back to number 10, Downing Street. I have to confess, I don't know where she was, if she wasn't in Downing Street tonight anyway, but she is on her way back, and she will be being briefed by the Metropolitan Police, by Counter-Terror Command, and by senior security officials. Remember when the Manchester attacks happened, really not that long ago, she phoned Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, in the middle of the night, I think on 2 occasions, to brief him as well, and also to agree a suspension in campaigning. So it wouldn't be unthinkable that she will also be keeping the Labour leader informed of what's going on.
Just one second, Alistair. Sorry to interrupt, but it does appear we were told that there was the reports of a third incident. That third incident was at a location rather further away at Vauxhall. We are now hearing that Vauxhall Station has reopened, and that is, as I mentioned, something of a hub. It's a bus station, it's a train station, it's a tube station. So that particular part of the story may well have been someone concerned for legitimate reasons. We will wait to hear from the police themselves, but it, at least for the time being, appears that the situation in and around Vauxhall may not be as problematic as that which we've seen in Borough Market and indeed, of course, on London Bridge itself. Just to talk about what we have seen this evening in terms of the response, armed police officers very, very quickly making their way to the scene. Other emergency personnel. We've heard fire have been deployed. Fire service has been deployed. We've heard the ambulance service, of course, will have been deployed. There will have been a plan in place for a story for an event such as this.
Absolutely. The Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police, don't forget, and this virtually is on the border of the two, because the City of London Police take care of the financial area of London, which is really, I mean, I don't know officially, but is essentially just over the bridge from London Bridge, just over north of the River Thames. And they will have worked very closely in the past, training for events like this. The armed police response teams are supposed to be on the scene within minutes of any incident happening, and all the evidence that we've heard from witnesses tonight suggests that they were. We can see them now in our various pictures, armed police on the cordons, as well as you can see there in that television picture, police constables in uniform keeping guard at a cordon that will have been pushed back as the situation will have developed. It doesn't surprise me entirely that the scene at Vauxhall, the incident at Vauxhall, looks as though it has turned out to be nothing. There was a certain logic to it in its geography, in so much that it isn't that far from London Bridge, but if you took the 3 incidents that we knew of, London Bridge, Borough Market and Vauxhall, I think to a lot of Londoners, London Bridge and Borough Market are essentially one and the same place.
Alistair, I just want to pause there for a second and bring back in our reporter on the scene, Katerina Vitozzi. Katerina, you've been speaking to someone who was caught up in the incident this evening.
Yes, I am. I'm here with Simon Thompson, who was in London Bridge as the events were unfolding. Simon, can you just tell us where you were and what you saw?
Yeah, I was just outside Borough Market, and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and there was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver who had his sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour, and then we were down there for quite a while. The police told us to get out, and then there was more gunfire, I'd say, pretty much as soon as we left the building. So we've been down there for about another half an hour, and then they've just evacuated us now. So.
And what were the police telling you about what was happening, what the events were?
We didn't know. They didn't tell us anything. Well, they didn't. Well, they just said there'd been an incident. They didn't give us any details. But we could see on the CCTV there were people outside the restaurant on the grounds.
And these were people who had been injured?
Yeah. The police just said there'd been casualties, so I don't know what extent of their injuries were.
And how did you feel? You didn't know what was happening?
Yeah, it was terrifying. Yeah. I don't know. Still in a state of shock, to be honest.
And we just saw the police escorting people coming out from that area with their hands with your hands on your head. Why was that?
To be honest, I don't know if anyone actually told us to do that, but everyone else was doing it, so just kind of started doing it as well. But yeah, I'm not sure why. Sorry about that.
That's fine. And so when you were the cab driver was initially saying what he had seen,
yeah.
What were you seeing at that time?
Just saw people on the floor and then just ran. And just the wave of people running away, but didn't see anything else apart from that.
And are you able to say how long after you had seen that cab driver, seeing people lying on the floor, did you start hearing gunfire? Can you estimate how long that may have been?
5 minutes, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less, but within that margin.
And how many people were crowding in this, you described being in a basement? How many people?
It was about 20 of us, about 20 people, yeah.
And were people looking on their phones? How were you finding out what was happening?
Yeah, people were looking on the phones, but the news was a bit slow to kind of catch on. But yeah, people checked Twitter and rang relatives who then checked on news websites, and it slowly came through.
And as you were coming out, what were you able to see? Because obviously now we're standing about 10-15 minutes walk from where you were now. What were you seeing as you were coming through to this point?
Lots of kind of first aid kits and lots of medical kind of things. There were people on the ground previously, and then apart from that, just lots of armed police and vans and that kind of thing.
And what exactly were the police saying to you as they're trying to get you out of the area?
They said they're looking for suspects across London, and that we potentially weren't safe where we were, and that we should move basically towards this Waterloo, which was the safer area.
And I imagine there were plenty of people around you, and yourself. You described yourself being in a state of shock now.
Yeah, pretty much, definitely.
And was it busy? Did it look like it was a busy normal Saturday night around?
Yeah, it was very busy. Yeah, there was a lot of people. It's kind of hard to tell when people are moving, but yeah, it was certainly walking up to the station. It was very busy. There was all sorts of people on nights out and that kind of thing.
And how did you? At what point did you realise that you felt it was safe to leave the basement? Did the police come down ramp by the?
The police basically had to tell us. They forced us out. Yeah.
So they came into the restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah, and they said it was not safe to be there anymore.
Simon, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Okay. Cheers.
So, hearing from Simon Thompson there, who was caught up in the events happening around London Bridge this evening. The police are continuing to push people further away from the area. You heard Simon there describing how police saying that London Bridge wasn't safe for the people who were sheltering, who had gone into bars, had gone into basement areas, gone into restaurants, trying to escape what was happening outside. The eyewitness Simon there describing seeing several casualties on the ground, and then police, after about an hour and a half, moving everyone that was with him in the area. He described there being about 20 people taking shelter in the restaurant he was in. The police moving them along, saying it wasn't safe, as those people were evacuated out of that area, pushing them west to where we are now, pushing them out of the sort of immediate vicinity of London Bridge.
Katerina, thanks very much indeed. Let's speak again to our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. And we knew that the Prime Minister was on her way back to London and we have now had confirmation of that, which we both suspected, that she will be chairing the Emergency Contingency Committee.
The Prime Minister was in the north of England as part of the election campaign. She is now back on her way back to Downing Street. Number 10 spokesman says that the Prime Minister is in contact with officials and is being regularly updated on the incident at London Bridge. She will chair, we understand, a meeting of COBRA, the government's emergency committee, in the morning. That will inevitably involve senior cabinet ministers, such as the Home Secretary, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, probably the Chancellor as well. I imagine, given an instance like this, the Health Secretary will be present, also senior figures in intelligence agencies.
Let's return to Sky producer Nick Stilianou, who has been in and around the Borough Market area this evening. And Nick, as is often the case when incidents like this take place, people look out for one another. That's what you've been discovering.
That's exactly right. Just as you've been talking, they've removed the cordon, and it doesn't seem to be clear where exactly the exclusion zone is. I've got here Robert, who works at the Royal Oak pub. Robert, what exactly is happening at the Royal Oak pub?
At the moment, we're taking in families with kids, because the kids have been on the street and they've been absolutely shattered and they're nervous and some of them are crying. And in these days, you need somebody with a good heart to try and help them as much as you can. For every bad person out there, there is 1,000 or 1,000,000 good people which will try and help as many people as they can. Now, the landlords of the Royal Oak in Tabard Street is Mr. Frank Taylor and Mr. John Porteous. Myself, Robert Bergin, and we've got a couple of other staff on there at the moment are trying to get the kids off the street and just make them feel a little bit more safer.
Well, that was Nick Stilianou speaking to one of those who've been on the ground this evening, trying to help those who've been pushed through, who've found themselves in a strange town with frightening events happening around them. Alistair Bunkle's still with me here. Describe the role of the COBRA committee, that ridiculous acronym for what is a committee that does serve a very useful function at times like this. It essentially allows those disparate parts of government, which you wouldn't necessarily think as being particularly joined up, for example, the Home Office and Department of Health, to come together and for it all to be coordinated in one place.
Yeah, COBRA is the rather mundane acronym for the very dramatic, the dramatic acronym for the mundane-sounding Cabinet Office briefing room and its briefing room A, hence the name COBRA. But essentially it is put into place at times of national emergency. It's not always chaired by the Prime Minister. It can be chaired by senior or more junior officials. In the case of the Manchester attacks, at times it was chaired by Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, I believe. It brings together members of government and senior civil servants, members of, and in this case, the members of the police, and anyone really who is directly or in some way involved in the immediate aftermath of a major incident. And it allows the Prime Minister and other senior officials to get a handle on exactly what has gone on. So, for example, tomorrow morning there'll be intelligence updates. Who might have been behind this? What more do they know about the attacker or attackers? If those perpetrators are still on the run, any kind of update as to their whereabouts and what the police are doing. Also, in major incidents where hospitals are involved and you have major casualty incidents, the Health Secretary and senior health officials will be there to update on that part of the response. It's an opportunity to look back at what has happened in the hours previously, but of course for the government to formulate its response in the hours to come.
Much of the solid information that we've been receiving here at the Sky News Centre has been coming from the Metropolitan Police. They confirmed that incident had taken place on London Bridge, that they had been contacted around about 10:10 last night, reports of a vehicle being driven into individuals. They were the ones who confirmed that, yes, there had been reports of stabbings at Borough Market, to which they had responded with armed police. shots had been fired. No more information from them about that just yet. We should not begrudge the fact that it has been some 20-25 minutes since we have heard from them via their social media platforms. As they say, they will release facts when they can. Their information needs, in their words, to be accurate. They're using all their necessary skills and resources, as they say, at London Bridge and indeed at Borough Market. But we here at Sky News have been speaking to a number of witnesses to events throughout the course of the evening. We spoke to Tony Murphy. He described the gunfires that he heard shortly after that incident took place on London Bridge, he believed.
I'm actually military, and about half an hour ago, preceding all the problem, I have a flat which is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, so London Bridge is across the way, and in fact there was tremendous gunfire which started. I thought at first it was fireworks, but then I recognised it was significant gunfire, and that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after. But the whole incident started with gunfire, and it was significant gunfire. It went on for quite a few minutes, which other people would have thought it was fireworks, but of course I recognised it immediately. So, I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that, the whole shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment, but I was worried about it, and in fact I texted my family to say there was gunfire even before this started.
Tony, so when you heard this gunfire, was it, in your opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing bursts, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon?
Well, there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant, it went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks. And it was still going on, so it happened for a while. But that was before there was any police response, which took about 10 minutes, because they all passed my flat along Upper Thames Street, which I saw them, and the helicopter was in fact, the responses were unbelievably fast, including a helicopter.
So, Tony, roughly what time did you first hear that burst of gunfire?
That was, I lose track of time. It would have been about over half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was about, the police came about 10 minutes afterwards, when they were on the scene passing with all the first police to go. Would have been about 10 minutes after I heard the gunfire.
That witness, Tony Murphy, speaking to us from his flat, which is adjacent to Southwark Bridge. He did not have eyes, as it were, on London Bridge itself. And, of course, when you hear gunfire, when you see the police responding in numbers to an incident practically on your doorstep, it may very well be the case that your idea of when that happened, the chronology of events, may well get slightly skewed. So it could well be the case that the gunfire that Tony was referring to there was the gunfire that took place in Borough Market. Now, we heard from the Metropolitan Police, as I said a little bit earlier today, this evening, confirming that they had received reports of multiple stabbings taking place in Borough Market. They responded with armed police, and in their words, shots were fired. No other information from the Met on that as yet. However, that account of gunfire was confirmed by another eyewitness who was having dinner close to London Bridge.
Brindisa restaurant, yeah?
Tapas Brindisa.
Yeah, on the Borough High Street, on corner by High Street and Southwark Street. Yeah, 2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Werner, get back! 3 shots let off. You see what 3 shots. No, but there's a crushed van outside Brindisa. Yeah, so it looks like that's obviously where a van's hit or something.
Brindisa, a tapas restaurant, I'm told, in the area of Borough Market. The first indication that many people, including myself, got this evening that there were events unfolding in and around the London Bridge area were tweets from a journalist for The Spectator magazine, Will Heaven. He managed to speak to me shortly after that. He had been in a taxi on London Bridge. When he spoke to me, he was attempting to make his way home, as so many people will be doing with difficulty this evening. He told me how he'd seen some people injured lying on London Bridge itself.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge on the pavement there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road, and then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that, but that's those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident, and I think I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped. After we'd seen all of that, we stopped in standstill for a few minutes, and I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4, and they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
The managing editor of the Spectator, Will Heaven, there, speaking to me around about, 2 hours ago now, in the immediate aftermath of that particular incident. It is pretty clear that at times like this, the police, their primary responsibility is, of course, to ensure the safety of the public. To that end, we've seen throughout the course of our live coverage this evening, the police pushing back members of the public, moving back our cordon. Actually, I just want to break in just for a second and bring you this. Theresa May, the Prime Minister, we now know is on her way back to London. She has said that the, quote, terrible incident in London is being treated, in her words, as a potential act of terrorism. That confirming that which we heard from our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White, just a little bit earlier on today, that was the working assumption, and understandably so. But as I was mentioning, the police have been very keen to move members of the public out of the area quickly. We saw pictures from the cameraman with our reporter, Caterina Vittozzi, just a few minutes ago, moving forward with hands on heads. Whether or not they were told to do that by police or had simply done that to try and protect themselves seems rather unclear. What we have also had throughout the evening are reports that the police have been entering bars, restaurants in the area and asking people, well, telling them to get out and to get away just as quickly as possible. We have some footage that was sent that we've taken from Twitter user @Yatesy17. Have a look at this, but first I will apologise. When we previously ran this, there was some bad language at the end, for which we are very sorry indeed. Let's have a look. And again, we apologise for the language at the end of that clip. It hadn't quite been removed as promised. Let's speak once again to our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. Now, Alistair, I keep reiterating this because this is a developing story, conflicting reports. We do not know, even from the Metropolitan Police account, they say shots were fired in Borough Market. We do not yet have confirmation that they were the ones that fired them, a witness telling them that that is the case. It may well be that this incident does not involve anything other than police gunfire, but, you know, your experience is there are guns on the streets of London. People do have access to weapons, significantly dangerous weapons, up and down the United Kingdom. So
in taking this incident first, from what we know, we've heard of multiple stabbings, reports of multiple stabbings.
1 second, Alistair. I'm so sorry to interrupt you again. We have a statement from the Prime Minister which reads this. Following updates from police and security officials, I can confirm that the terrible incident in London is being treated, as we said, as a potential act of terrorism. She continues, this is a fast-moving investigation. I want to express my huge gratitude to the police and emergency services who are on the scene. Our thoughts are with those who are caught up in these dreadful events. Sorry, Alistair, do continue.
So taking what we know and what we've heard from eyewitnesses and from officials about tonight's incident, we've had reports of multiple stabbings. We haven't had reports of people suffering gunshot wounds, but we have had reports and confirmation that gunshots were fired. As you quite rightly say, we don't know whether those were gunshots fired by an armed police response team or those shots were fired by a perpetrator or perpetrators. So we are yet to find that out. What I would say, from my knowledge of the way that the armed police response teams work, is that they would have fired on any attackers, whether or not they were armed with guns or not, if they believed they were posing an immediate threat to the lives of any members of public in and around that area. As to the wider context to gun crime in the United Kingdom, the security services have been pretty successful in containing gun crime in London and other urban areas, and there are a number of reasons for that. The Met Police operates something called Operation Trident. It was launched in 1998. It is specifically to target gun crime in the UK and in London, and it has had a great deal of success in areas of underground crime, if you like, as opposed to terrorism. Britain does benefit from the fact that it is an island, and so smuggling weapons, smuggling guns and arms over to the UK is harder than it is in mainland Europe. So we've seen a number of terrorist attacks on the mainland, on continental Europe that have involved AK-47s and other arms that have come either from Eastern Europe, from the Balkans, which are still awash with arms from the conflicts there, or from slightly further afield and from the Middle East. It is easier to move them around Europe for a number of reasons, not least because of the Schengen Agreement. It is harder to get them into the UK, hard, not impossible, but harder to get them into the UK, and that is why the UK security services have had success in reducing gun crime on the streets of, for example, London. That is not to rule out, though, guns being involved in this incident, although, as you say, we do not have confirmation whether those shots were fired by police or by attackers.
But in terms of the attack, and having heard from the Prime Minister that this is being treated as an act of terrorism, frankly, we don't tend to hear that from the Prime Minister unless the information that she is receiving suggests very strongly that to be the case. And everything that we've seen this evening would seem to suggest that this is a terrorist attack. It's the evolution and the tactics that are being used, the idea that a car and a knife can be as effective in bringing to a halt parts of central London, parts of the capital. That does seem to those of us who have grown up with the threat of terrorist attack on the UK mainland to be such a change from what we expected when we hear the words terrorist attack.
Yeah, there are two things that still are outstanding in this event for me. First is the reports of multiple attackers, not just a single attacker. So in the terrorist attacks we've seen recently in Europe, and also in the Westminster attack, both of which used vehicles as a weapon. They were single individuals who were carrying out those attacks. We've had reports, and again, no more than reports, but reports that there were a number of people, as many as 3 people, involved in tonight's incident. And secondly, the thing that is outstanding for me is that we have no reports thus far that they have died at the scene, for example. So I think from the pictures we've been getting in and the urgency amongst the police in pushing back cordons and the way that they have been speaking to people in and around the vicinity, and don't take it personally, these are not moments to be soft. They have to be tough, they have to shout, they have to be brutal in order to get people back. That is what they're trained to do. But it indicates a sense that this is an ongoing situation rather than a situation that has concluded and is now into a sort of a recovery stage, if you like.
Well, let's put that point, Alistair, shall we, to our reporter, Sarah Hadji-Bagheri, who's in central London for us this evening. Sarah, tell us exactly where you are and whether what you are seeing would chime with that which Alistair was saying, that this does appear to be an ongoing operation.
It's definitely an ongoing operation. I'm on Southwark Street on the south side of the river. I've come from up north London, and I have to say that huge swathes of central London are closed off. Several streets across the river have been closed. On Southwark Street at the moment, this is the end of the cordon here. You can see police very active. We've seen several ambulances go past, several police cars. I've spoken to 2 people who were nearby the incident at the time. They say that police were very quick to get here, and that they saw, one man told me that he saw 3 men being arrested. No idea at this point whether that was in relation to the incident we understand took place on the bridge, but I am very close to London Bridge at the moment. I don't know how much you can see because we're just filming this from a mobile phone, but there are several police cars at the end of this road, and I spoke to several people who have been walking through past this road trying to get out of this cordoned area, who are in quite deep distress, not wanting to come on camera, but clearly quite fraught at what has happened this evening and the scale of what has happened this evening. Huge numbers of people who've been caught up in this, who are now part of the police cordon. I don't know if you can see, but this is a residential area as well. There are lots of people who have said that they have gone into other people's homes and are too scared, essentially, to cross through London at the moment.
Sarah, thanks very much indeed. Now, all the way through this evening, we've been trying to get as clear a picture of the incidents that have taken place. The very latest that we have from the Metropolitan Police, again coming to us through their social media, the Met saying that they have plans for every incident and keep these under constant review. They say, please continue to avoid London Bridge and Borough Market to allow the emergency services to deal with the ongoing incidents. The fact that they're not mentioning VAUXHAll at the moment would suggest that the fears of an incident in and around VAUXHAll station appear to have gone away. Alistair Bunkle, our defence correspondent, is with me in the studio. What have you seen?
Just another update from a different section of the Metropolitan Police, their marine policing unit. So these are the police who patrol the River Thames. They have tweeted saying Marine 2 and Marine 3 are part of the response to the London Bridge incident, working with RNLI lifeboats to evacuate the public. So I don't know whether that means that they are evacuating members of the public who have been in the vicinity and they're taking them away via the water, but all aspects of the Metropolitan Police, including their marine policing unit, clearly involved tonight.
We've heard from a number of witnesses this evening. Nick Archer, who was a distance away from London Bridge, from Will Heaven, who was on London Bridge itself, of those people who've been caught up in this incident and who were injured as a result. We've also spoken to Lara Al-Osta. She's another witness who's spoken of seeing people lying injured on the ground.
So we were at the pub, came out and we ordered an Uber. That got cancelled, but we saw people running, saying, run, you need to run, people are getting stabbed. So we jumped in the nearest car, someone offered us a ride, and literally we just went around the block. We saw a body on the floor, lots of people around it, and I think that was before the pedestrians on actual London Bridge. We came up to London Bridge, and then we saw two pedestrians on the bridge, and police telling us to run. We need to run to the other side, north of the river.
How many people did you see on the ground?
Two. The first one, obviously 3 altogether. And then we saw someone actually right there, actually covered in blood with like shorts covered in blood, and I've got a video of that as well.
Were people panicking?
Yeah, everyone was running. Everyone was running. I've never seen anything like it.
But was this on the London Bridge? Because it just said...
It started before the bridge. It was on the ground.
So the other side of the bridge?
On the other side, south of the river.
Another witness to the injuries caused in this incident, the vehicle which appears to have collided with a number of people, both on the bridge, but also before the bridge, it would seem. But again, we are going to have to wait possibly even until daylight to get kind of clarification, not just from witnesses, but from the police and the emergency services themselves as to exactly what happened. Let's bring in, once again, Sky's Nick Stylianou to bring us an update from where he is. Nick, can you be as specific as you possibly can be as to where you are and to the nature of the police and emergency services operation where you are?
So I've just moved south of the cordon, about 100 metres south of Borough Station itself, which is itself about a kilometre away from London Bridge. So the cordon is quite wide. And I think the pictures that you're seeing at the moment are inside the Royal Oak Pub on Tabard Street, which is just adjacent to the area just south of the cordon, and lots of children here, obviously out past their bedtime because they've been evacuated from the Premier Inn inside the cordon. And in fact, lots of people are kind of twitching at the curtains of the pub. People trying to fall asleep, kids just despairing and quite traumatised from the entire event. I've got here now Donald Cochrane, who has been evacuated from the Premier Inn. Neil, if you want to speak to Donald now, Donald, just tell me exactly what happened this evening.
I won't talk for long. I'm not too good.
We were just settled in after the final of Britain's Got Talent, and then just the fire alarm went off, so we thought it was actually something in the building first. But as we went down to fire escape then, or the stairs, we were guided out by the staff, then out onto the street, and the police then as well guided us down along and kept us all moving fairly quick down along, so it was a fairly efficient exit from the building. So we just kept going until we were allowed to stop essentially. And luckily enough, this kind gentleman has opened up his pub for us and allowed us to stay in here, because we left in a hurry, so we've no clothes nor anything like that with us. So just the kids are wrecked tired, like, and just that's it. We're just put out a bit, but a small price to pay. Everything is being done very well for us.
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
We're made to feel very welcome here, and so we're quite happy and safe here where we are at the moment. So it's good. Better be safe than sorry. Okay.
Well, that was our producer, Nick Stylianou, speaking to one of those who's been caught up in the incident. We've seen a number of pictures, a number of bits of video this evening of people, essentially in their pyjamas, in night dresses, have been evacuated from hotels in and around the London Bridge area. Just to remind you of the statement we've had from Downing Street in the past few minutes, a statement from the Prime Minister, as you would expect at a time when all the suspicion is that this was an act of terror. She said this: following updates from police and security officials, I can confirm that the terrible incident in London is being treated as a potential act of terrorism. This is a fast-moving investigation. I want to express my huge gratitude to the police and emergency services who are on scene. Our thoughts are with those who are caught up in these dreadful events. Well, one man who's been very, very close to these events this evening has been our cameraman, Pete Milnes, who's been trying to get as close to events as is possible. And I believe, Pete, if you can hear me, that you've got some information that you've just received.
police lead these people away, or did they take them somewhere else?
Pete, it's Neil in the studio here. I'm told that you might be able to provide us with something of an update.
In some way, and they seem to kind of take them off
camera. He told me that he was in the restaurant when one man entered armed with a knife which he described as about a foot long. He actually put his hands out and about a foot wide. So he said the blade was about a foot long, and there were four others outside, four other assailants armed with knives outside, and which kind of fits in well with when I was up closer to the scene and armed officers were pushing me back with lots of other locals in a very hurriedly fashion. Clearly because there were other people in the area that the police hadn't tracked down. So there were, according to this eyewitness, there were 5 assailants all armed at the Al Pastor restaurant in Borough Market.
I'm sorry to have to ask you to repeat that. We missed the very beginning of that, but this was an eyewitness you spoke to in the past few minutes. He was in the restaurant, the Al Pastoro restaurant in and around Borough Market.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's next to Tapas Brandisa. He didn't want to go on camera, but he told me one man entered the restaurant armed with a knife about a foot long and stabbed a lady who was in the restaurant, maybe a waitress. Him, along with other people, actually threw bottles and chairs at this man armed with a knife to try and stop him. And he also told me there were 4 other assailants he saw, all armed, in the vicinity, so maybe outside the restaurant or on the same street as the restaurant at Borough Market.
Pete, we will pause there. We'll be back to you in just a moment. But the very latest that we have from the Metropolitan Police is this tweet, that at 25 minutes past midnight, the incidents at London Bridge and Borough Market were declared as terrorist incidents. Another tweet from the Metropolitan Police, which they put out in just the past couple of minutes. The incident at VAUXHAll is a stabbing and is not connected to the incidents at London Bridge and at Borough Market. So there we have from the police confirmation that they are treating these incidents as terrorism. I'll just speak to our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's still in the studio with me. What is the significance of that for this investigation? I mean, frankly, given the amount of police on the ground, given the other emergency services that are there, not much, because frankly the working assumption from almost from the first few minutes of this will have been that this was in some way terrorist related.
It's hard to know at this stage, from where we're sitting, why they feel confident enough to label it as terrorism. But one of the reasons might be, as Pete was just telling us on the phone, it might be down to the number of attackers involved. So just to repeat what Pete was hearing on the ground in London Bridge from someone, an eyewitness in a restaurant, saying that he saw 5 attackers armed with big knives. And that might be one of the reasons that the police are treating this as a terrorist incident. More generally, the significance of this being a terror incident will play out over the coming hours. But I suppose we have to ask what it might mean for the election campaign. We also have to wonder if there were 5 attackers, their whereabouts right now, because that would be very hard for the police to track them down. If they are still alive, it will be hard for the police to track them down, particularly if they've split. And of course, those numbers would suggest a network of sorts, although at the moment it would seem to be a fairly crude type of attack, using a vehicle and using knives, and nothing more sophisticated at than that from what we've heard. But we will also be looking at whether or not JTAC, the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, which constantly reviews and assesses the threat level, will decide to raise it. Of course, the threat level that was raised to critical in the hours after the Manchester attack was lowered again to severe last weekend, almost exactly a week ago. Will they decide to raise it again? That will be a question for them. So the fact that it is terrorism, in some senses, has little effect on the police operation, because either way, you know, regardless of that label of terrorism, there is an active investigation and operation ongoing, and the police will need to track down the people behind this. But of course, terrorism has many other connotations, not least that London is a global city, a city that receives many, many tourists, and will have had and experienced its second terrorist attack in a number of months. And when you add that, of course, to the terror attacks in Manchester, it will undoubtedly have an impact on the image of the United Kingdom from abroad.
Alistair, thank you. Just to reiterate that at times like this, the emergency services are stretched. London Ambulance has been tweeting the following, that they have multiple resources responding to the incidents in London tonight. More information, they say, to come. They thank staff who've made offers of support, but they do say that they have sufficient resources to respond to this incident. However, one tweet which is worth mentioning that they have put out to the general public: as we respond to a number of incidents in London, London Ambulance say, we ask that you only call us in a genuine emergency. And of course, you can always dial 111 for medical assistance. Let's speak to our reporter, Caterina Vitozzi, who I believe is on the south side of London Bridge on Southwark Street. And a little bit earlier on this evening, pictures that we saw there, so some rather more frenetic activity behind you. Things do appear to have calmed somewhat. However, as we were hearing from our cameraman, Pete Milnes, the idea that there were people armed and in and around that area, you can understand why the police were so keen to expand that cordon to push people back in the way that they did.
Yes, you can, and there is a real sense here when you're hearing how the police are talking to pedestrians, they're talking to people trying to moving along the road. There's a real urgency. They're shouting at these people, trying to get them out of the areas which they still say are not safe. A little earlier, I spoke to a young man who had been around Borough Market when the incident took place, and he along with about 20 other people, took shelter in the basement of a restaurant in that area, and they said that there they heard gunfire, and then they took shelter for about an hour before police came into that restaurant and shouted and screamed at these people to move west towards the location where we are now, because they said it simply wasn't safe in the location that we were. And in fact, we saw about 20-30 people sort of lie in a file, walking sort of from this direction, from behind me, walking west towards Waterloo Station, where the police had advised these people it would be a place where they could travel from. And they had their hands on their head. And when I asked this gentleman, why did you put your hands on your head? Were you asked to do that? They said no. They said they felt like it was just the safe position to be in. And I think that just goes to show that at the moment there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of shock, and there's a lot of uncertainty really about what's happening, especially amongst those people that have been caught up in the events here on this busy Saturday night, when they're expecting to go out to a bar, to a pub, lots of people at parties, and it's taken a lot of time for them to really work out what's been going on. And in fact, with the position where we are in now, as you can probably hear, there's a lot of police cars, there's a lot of ambulance still using this avenue in order to access the London Bridge location behind us. So although out towards west, things have seemed to calm down a little bit, there's a lot of traffic still moving to London Bridge, where that active police operation is still ongoing.
Caterina, thanks very much. Well, let's go to the other side of the Thames, to the north side, where we can speak to Tamara Cohen. And Tamara, just looking over your shoulder there, I mean, it's pretty clear that there are still substantial numbers of people in the area. The police shepherding them out, it would appear.
That's right. I'd say about 100, perhaps more than 100 people have just been shepherded by the police over the bridge, and they're just being led over here. We don't know whether they were stranded in the restaurants and bars over the bridge, but the police, as you can see, are bringing a second batch of them carefully across the bridge. A lot of kids there looking a bit scared, and they are waiting here to get further instructions on where to go, because of course no one is being allowed to go to certain places on the other side of the bridge. People who live in the area are being advised to find alternative accommodation. So if any of these people are tourists or locals, I think the police will want to advise them on where they should go tonight. I was here about an hour ago, or perhaps an hour and a half ago, and saw some of those people who had been in the restaurants and bars on the other side of the bridge. And I spoke to a girl called Lara, who we had interviewed earlier, and her friend, who were drinking in a pub called the Old Thameside Inn. And they described how police ran in, told them to run. They ran across the bridge. They got into a random person's car in order to get over here. They said, two people lying on the ground, and other people appeared to be wounded, covered in blood. A lot of people here were very agitated. They've all made their way away, and these seem to be people who were stranded on the other side of the bridge. It just shows you how many people were actually caught up in this incident on the other side in Borough Market.
Tamara, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's hear from that witness that Tamara spoke to a little bit earlier on.
So we were at the pub, came out and we ordered an Uber. That got cancelled, but we saw people running, saying, run, you need to run, people are getting stabbed. So we jumped in the nearest car, someone offered us a ride, and literally we just went around the block. We saw a body on the floor. Lots of people around it, and I think that was before the pedestrians on actual London Bridge. We came up to London Bridge, and then we saw two pedestrians on the bridge, and police telling us to run. We need to run to the other side, north of the river.
How many people did you see on the ground?
Two. The first one, obviously three altogether. And then we saw someone actually right there, actually covered in blood with shorts covered in blood, and I've got a video of that as well.
Were people panicking?
Yeah, everyone was running. Everyone was running. I've never seen anything like it.
But was this on the London Bridge? Because I've just said
it started before the bridge. It was on the ground.
So the other side of the bridge?
On the other side, south of the river.
Well, for those just tuning in, let's update you as to the very latest in this incident, this terrorist incident, as it is now being described by police. Indeed, as of 25 minutes past midnight, Metropolitan Police treating the incident on London Bridge and another incident, a separate incident in Borough Market, as connected to terrorism. There had been a suggestion of a third incident in VAUXHAll. We're told by the Metropolitan Police that that is not connected to the first two. The chronology of events, well, at around about 8 minutes past 10, the police were alerted to an incident on London Bridge. It was said that a vehicle had been driven into pedestrians, we were told, on both sides of the bridge. A number of injuries had resulted. The Metropolitan Police then later confirmed that there was another incident, reports of stabbings taking place in Borough Market itself. Armed officers attended that and shots were fired. But the first that many people outside of the police and emergency services heard of what was happening in London this evening was as the result of the Twitter feed of one man, Will Heaven. Now, he works for The Spectator. I spoke to him just a few minutes after he had managed to leave the bridge. He had been in a taxi crossing London Bridge. This is what he saw.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge, on the pavement, there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road. And then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that. But that's those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident. And I think I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped. After we'd seen all of that, we stopped in standstill for a few minutes, and I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4, and they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
Will Heaven there, making it pretty clear quite early on this evening that this was not just a road traffic incident, as they now refer to. Two separate incidents. Of course, at times like this, it can often be confusing. Conflicting eyewitness reports turn out to be talking about the same event. We spoke to Tony Murphy, whose flat is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, not London Bridge, but very close by. He spoke of hearing gunfire, prolonged gunfire. Let's listen to him.
I'm ex-military, and about half an hour ago, preceding all the problem, I have a flat which is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, so London Bridge is across the way, and in fact there was tremendous gunfire which started. I thought at first it was fireworks, but then I recognised it was significant gunfire, and that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after. But the whole incident started with gunfire, and it was significant gunfire. It went on for quite a few minutes, which other people would have thought it was fireworks, but of course I recognized it immediately. So, I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that, the whole shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment, but I was worried about it, and in fact I texted my family to say there was gunfire even before this started.
Tony, so when you heard this gunfire, was it, in your opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing a burst, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon?
Well, there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant, it went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks. And it was still going on, so it happened for a while. But that was before there was any police response, which took about 10 minutes, because they all passed my flat along Upper Thames Street, which I saw them, and the helicopter was in fact, the responses were unbelievably fast, including a helicopter.
So, Tony, roughly what time did you first hear that burst of gunfire?
That was, I lose track of time. It would have been about over half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was about, the police came about 10 minutes afterwards, when they were on the scene passing with all the first police to go. Would have been about 10 minutes after I heard the gunfire.
Mr Murphy there was speaking to us from his flat adjacent to Southwark Bridge, and this was before we'd had confirmed reports from the Metropolitan Police that they were also dealing with a situation in Borough Market. So it's perhaps no surprise that Mr Murphy thought that gunfire was coming from London Bridge itself. However, subsequently we heard from the Met that there had been reports of stabbings in Borough Market, that armed police had been deployed there and that shots had been fired. Now, that account of gunfire confirmed by another eyewitness who was having dinner just close to London Bridge. Borough Market and London Bridge, very close indeed.
Brindisa restaurant, yeah?
Tapas Brindisa.
Yeah, on the Borough High Street, on corner by High Street and Southwark Street. Yeah, 2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. No, get back. 3 shots let off. Did you see what they were shooting at? No, there's a crushed van outside Brindisa. So it looks like that's obviously where vans hit or something.
Well, in the past half an hour, our cameraman, Pete Milnes, who's been providing much of the live picture this evening from in and around London Bridge, reported to us that he has spoken to someone who spoke of a number of armed men. One individual had gone into a restaurant, according to his eyewitness, carrying a knife that was a foot long. Now, that may very well be related to the report that we just had from an eyewitness there of armed police firing their weapons and tackling people. But what we do know for certain is that police in and around London Bridge and Borough Market have been going into bars, have been going into restaurants, trying to clear the area. We have had our personnel on the ground pushed back time and again, as you would expect of the police at a time like this. However, we have had some footage from people inside one bar. This footage from a Twitter user who sent his picture to us. That's at Yatesy17. Let's just remind ourselves of what he sent in to us at Sky News Centre. Clearly, the police in that bar, they're very concerned for the safety of those who had been just enjoying an ordinary Saturday night out. Let's speak to our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White, who, when we were chatting over the phone just a little bit earlier, Mark, the suspicion was that this was a terrorist incident. At 25 minutes past midnight, the Met Police suggesting that the incident on the bridge and indeed in London, in Borough Market, they are now treating those as terrorist in nature.
Yeah, from very early on it became apparent that this was a terrorist incident, but it wasn't being confirmed at that stage, understandably, by the Metropolitan Police, as their first priority is to get resources there before they start pumping out information to us. And still as we speak, there are more police resources in this area arriving around London Bridge and the streets surrounding it, because what we have is an active hunt for one or more terrorist suspects. We know that there has been a shooting. That shooting, we believe, involved armed police officers against one suspect. Information that we have suggested that suspect was shot and may have been killed. But as far as other suspects are concerned, and there's at least one more, possibly more than one other suspect, they're still at large. And you have armed police being brought in significant numbers to this area to conduct a search of the streets around London Bridge, or around Borough Market, and streets fanning out from that. That's why in the last couple of hours or so, the cordon that the press are behind at the moment has been pushed further and further back as the police continue their search and look for potential suspects here. Now, my colleague Sarah Harabagaji has been here for the last couple of hours speaking to people out and about in this area. What were you able to glean from the incident as it unfolded, Sarah?
So we're currently on Southwark Street. If you can see behind, you'll see the Shard. We're really not far at all now from London Bridge. I've got here about an hour and a half ago, and in that time we saw a steady flow of a lot of people in quite clear distress. They said that they had seen 3 men who were arrested, and that there was a heavy police presence. Over the past hour, I've seen several ambulances come down this street, flashing lights and rushing off immediately, and a lot of police have been coming back and forth. We're still not clear, of course, what has happened over the past couple of hours, but what is clear is that this is an ongoing police incident. We have been pushed back consistently. We're now a lot further than we were when we first got here, and there are still more police resources arriving all the time.
A number of witnesses have reported this very chilling image of at least 3 people emerging from the back of this transit van with very large knives and then setting about attacking and stabbing members of the public along Borough High Street. Did anyone that you spoke to sort of corroborate that element?
I haven't spoken to anyone who's been able to corroborate that. I think at the time at which this incident happened, it's now a good 3 hours on from that. We've been on the ground here for about an hour and a half, so we haven't been able to speak to anyone who saw that incident, but we certainly have seen people who have seen a lot of police activity and, of course, those 3 arrests.
OK, Sarah, for the moment, thanks. I know you'll be continuing to speak to people around here, try and glean whatever information you can from them, because there are still, unbelievably at this time in the morning, a lot of people coming understandably out of curiosity to see what's going on. Other people who've been stuck because tube stations around here have all closed down, bus services have been diverted, taxis aren't running into this part of London, so some people are still in some of the late night pubs and just staying put there. Other people are being turfed out of pubs and are either having to sort of hang about and hope that they can get a taxi or some other way home at some point, or others are just going on the long walk, trying to head home at this time. But of course, as they do so, they are heading off and into an environment that might not be safe, because at this hour we have not had confirmation that all of the suspects involved in this now two terrorist incidents in South London, just on London Bridge and then south on Borough High Street and Borough Market, are in custody. So as we hear more police resources heading towards this area to continue that hunt and to make the area safe, no confirmation, as I say, from Scotland Yard that all of the suspects have yet been accounted for.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. Well, as Mark was suggesting there, that the sheer volume of resources that the Met and other emergency services are deploying to the streets at least suggest that this operation is not at an end. The fact that more are arriving as we speak to our correspondents dotted around in and around Borough Market and London Bridge. Again, we must wait confirmation of this from the police themselves, but one would suggest that it would be best that anyone in and around this area this evening heeds the advice of the police and gets as far away from this area as quickly as possible. Let's once again speak to Sky producer Nick Stiliano, who's been speaking to a number of people as they themselves have been trying to move away. It's difficult, isn't it, Nick, just given the time of night and, of course, the fact that the transport network will have closed down, people not able to get away as quickly as they would want to?
Absolutely, Neil. And also there's a number of hotels within the police cordon now, one of which is a Premier Inn. People heard a fire alarm, they were telling me. They were told to come out of the building and were ushered as far away past quite a vast police cordon just south of Borough Station itself, which is in itself about 800 metres to 1 kilometre away from London Bridge. And I'm currently in the Royal Oak pub, which has opened its doors just past the cordon to these people who have been evacuated from the Premier Inn. There's children very young as sort of 8 or 9. I think you can see the pictures that I'm filming for you on my mobile phone at the moment. And with me now is a man who wasn't actually in the Premier Inn, but was having dinner in Borough Market. And his name is David Dixon, and he saw the. See what exactly you saw this evening.
When we just finished paying for our meal at about 10:15, there was a panic a young lady came rushing into the restaurant saying that somebody was waving a knife around outside, and the restaurant manager managed to herd everybody into a safe area up above in the staff area. We were stuck in that area for about an hour and a half, at which time we heard several volleys of shots, 3 separate volleys of shots with a pretty good gap in between them. We had no real idea what was going on, except to say that we knew there was police activity outside. After about an hour and a half, we were let out of the restaurant. We were told to run with our hands on our heads, and we were just, we saw all the various activity outside. We didn't see any bodies or anything, but it was a very busy scene for the police, and we'd been walking for about a half an hour when we arrived at this pub here in another location in Bermondsey. So that's about all I can tell you, frankly, at this stage.
Well, let's Nick, I wonder if you can still hear me.
Hello.
Hi, Nick. It's Neil in the studio here. Just as regards the evacuation of the hotel, you'll have spoken to some of those who are staying at that hotel. Did that happen? Is it your understanding that happened just simply because of where that hotel is located, or was there any suggestion that people inside the hotel were specifically at risk?
No, there was no suggestion that anyone that I've spoken to felt they were at risk. It seems that were people staying in the hotel that heard a lot of sirens, and then a short time afterwards, the fire alarm went off, and the evacuation process began. So it seems to be that the police or the emergency services were in the area and had notified the hoteliers to trigger that alarm and evacuate the premises. But as you can see from my pictures inside the Royal Oak, there are children here, you know, far past their bedtime. They were getting ready for bed after a hard day's sightseeing in the centre of London, and now they find themselves in luckily a warm place just south of where they should be spending the night. But there's no indication that there was any threat to that hotel, to that Premier Inn. It just appears that the evacuation process was triggered, and the staff of that hotel were working with the emergency services to get them past the cordon. But when I ventured quite close to the cordon itself was coming southwards anyway, so the cordon has expanded even since I arrived on the scene, and I was near Borough Tube Station. So it seems to be there's a very, very wide cordon, and when I passed lots of flats and people who live there sort of day to day, not just there for sightseeing, it seems that people are being told to stay inside and lock their doors. It just seems that tourists are being evacuated from the premises, and luckily the landlord here at the Royal Oak has opened their doors as a kind of refuge for those stranded.
Nick, thanks very much. Well, a little earlier, before the Metropolitan Police confirmed that it was indeed a terrorist, well, they were treating it, the incidents on London Bridge and Borough Market, as terrorism related. The Prime Minister released this statement. Following updates from police and security officials, I can confirm that the incident in London is being treated as a potential act of terrorism. This is a fast-moving investigation. I want to express my huge gratitude to the police and emergency services who are on the scene. Our thoughts are with those who are caught up in these dreadful events. Well, as Nick Stiliano was saying, pubs are throwing open their doors to bring in from the cold people who have been asked to leave their hotel. Let's speak to Sky's Jason Farrell. And Jason, you've been speaking to some of those who've been caught up in the incidents this evening.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just south of Borough Market, where obviously much of the area has been taped off, and I'm here with Jeneline and Luca, who were both caught up in this incident, saw what happened, or at least heard what happened. Just describe to me what the situation was with you.
Well, again, we were upstairs just in front of the Borough Market, in our Airbnb on the 3rd floor. And we just heard gunshots. We heard a lot of crashes. So as we, looked outside, the first thing you see, again, is a lot of fear and confusion with everyone outside on the streets.
Yeah.
And then, before the police came again, there was a lot going on. People were running in various different directions. And then thankfully, again, the police were able to come.
Yeah, people were telling everybody, the police were telling everybody to evacuate, and we were just looking out of our windows, seeing what was going on, because we just heard, gunshots and big crashes. And then they hauled us down and they told us to evacuate. So
all of our,
So how many police at this stage?
I mean, in the beginning there weren't very many, but very, very quickly, within a span of 5 minutes, there were an insurmountable amount of police officers, firefighters, ambulances. They all kept running through and kept growing and growing by the minute, which was great, because of the level of confusion and stress that was going on beforehand.
Yeah, and then were you directed in a certain way, or how did
No,
what
they
happened?
just kind of told us to get away, as far as possible.
Did they explain what was happening?
Yeah, there was just a lot of gunshots and loud noises, and there was just a lot of police and loud.
Unfortunately, they didn't tell us exactly what was occurring. All they told us that for our safety, we need to get as far from the location as possible. Originally, we were planning on staying inside with our stuff, but they told us to leave all of our stuff in the room and to run as far away from the location
So they came
as possible.
did they come into the Airbnb, or you come out?
No, because we were peeking outside of the window, so they just told us to come down.
Right.
And it was up to us, really.
So you're saying even 5 floors up, you're not safe in there. You've got to get out.
You got to get out, and you got to get out now.
Yeah.
Was there?
And we saw people coming out of their apartments too, and they didn't even have shoes on. They were just in their pajamas. So it was pretty traumatic experience.
Yeah, and did you see anything else? I mean, you obviously didn't see these attackers.
We didn't. We weren't able to see the attackers.
Close.
The only thing we were able to see was pretty much all of the aftermath. So everything that happened after that, pretty much, again, it was a lot of funneling out the police. Thankfully, we were able to take control of the situation pretty quickly and able to kind of direct the traffic of people coming in, because there's people coming in. I mean, there's people who
Did
were
you
out.
see anyone injured, or?
Well, we saw ambulance coming in. We saw a few coming out, but from what we've heard, there's been a few injuries.
We've heard that there's been a decent amount of injuries and some casualties and deaths. But
and I understand you're flying home tomorrow, but your
we're
luggage
originally
is...
from Canada, so they just told us to leave, and we left all of our luggage back there, and we got a flight to catch tomorrow. So we're just trying to figure out how we're going to get back.
I mean, we came here with the NBC TV show, World of Dance. So we came
your
here for
your
that.
dancers, right?
Yeah, exactly. With Jennifer Lopez. So we came here kind of to help that out, and then we have a flight back tomorrow, for, I guess, our premiere and whatnot.
And I understand that you've been on Facebook and people have offered you places to stay tonight. Is that right?
Yes.
Fortunately,
people have been so nice.
Yeah.
They've been offering, people, just strangers out of nowhere, just been asking us if we need any places for shelter.
They've been asking in general. For us, thankfully, we've had a bit of a following who's kind of followed us throughout, our journey here. And then, they were, as we posted our what was going on, they kind of responded, and then again, a friend of ours, who kind of been following us through Facebook, told us that they have a place for us to stay.
Yeah, and I hear someone's on their way down to pick you up.
Thankfully, it's been a stressful few hours right now without our stuff or anything like that.
Yeah,
and we're not from here, so we've just been wandering, trying to figure out where we can go.
We've went a lot of circles.
Okay, well, I'm glad you have got somewhere to stay, and thank you very much, Luca and Jeneline, for talking to us. That's very kind of you. And the man holding the camera, Pete Milne, who's holding this camera at the moment, he was also caught up in this. He was pushed away by the police. Sounds like he had a very similar experience. But he also spoke to someone who was in the El Pasto restaurant who talked about one of these attackers walking into that restaurant with about a foot-long knife, and he described throwing tables or chairs rather and bottles to try and fend this guy off. And we understand from this person who spoke to Pete that the attacker stabbed a woman in that restaurant.
Jason, thank you. Let's once again speak to our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunko. And Alistair, we're hearing from a variety of sources now, including a Reuters reporter and a Sun reporter, that there have been some explosions, some loud bangs. Now, when one hears something like that after events this evening, people will undoubtedly panic, but the likelihood as it stands is that these were controlled explosions.
I think one would have to assume that, either these were controlled explosions or something else that was echoing around and has been exaggerated in the scene that it is. I mean, we haven't heard those reports from our own correspondents, but they are being reported on Twitter by journalists. So let's assume they're true. Controlled explosions in the aftermath of a terror attack are nothing unusual, but so too are wayward reports as people try and work out exactly what has gone wrong. And it's very hard in the hour or two after a terrorist attack to ascertain what is fact and what is sometimes misreporting of events, albeit genuine, by eyewitnesses who get caught up in what is a very panicked and frightening scene and struggle sometimes to remember exactly what they saw. So when we talk about the numbers of people, there's been reports of 3 men getting out of the back of a white van, others saying they weren't sure whether they've seen that or heard it's true. We've heard other reports of 5 men, 5 attackers in and outside a restaurant. Again, heard that from nowhere else. So there's a lot of moving parts.
And of course, all of this so soon after the decision was taken by the Prime Minister for an increase in the number of armed security personnel on the streets, drawn from the ranks of the military.
So the military that were deployed primarily, almost exclusively, not quite exclusively, but almost exclusively onto the streets of London last week as part of Operation Tempora, which was enacted after the Manchester terror attacks, they have, I think, entirely been scaled back now. The threat level that was raised to critical has subsequently been reduced to severe. That was done last weekend. Of course, just to be sure, that is not a decision that is taken by the Prime Minister or the government. It is not a political decision. It is a decision that is taken by something known as JTAC, the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre. They constantly review and assess it. It is a cold-headed decision based on intelligence at the time, and they felt that the work done by the North West Terror Command and Greater Manchester Police in the days after the Manchester attacks to round up the network that was associated with those attacks was sufficient work in order to bring that threat level down from critical to severe. So people will probably, as they listen to this and watch this news and wake up in the morning, say, well, why was that threat level brought down and only a few days later we have another attack here in London? Well, the 2 incidents most probably are completely unrelated, and the threat level is assessed very independently and objectively, and it was assessed in relation to the Manchester attack, and now we have something else that is happening in London.
The thing that strikes me, though, time and again when this happens, is the resilience of this city. Just hearing from British Transport Police advising people in the city centre this evening to continue to avoid London Bridge and Borough. However, the night tube on the Jubilee line isn't stopping at London Bridge, but it is continuing. The wheels keep turning in this city, no matter the efforts that are put into disrupting the way of life here.
But London is a huge city of, and I forget exactly what the population is right now, but about 7.5 million, I think. On a weekday, the commuting population into London is close to double that. I was at the scene of the Westminster terror attacks, partly because that's close to where our offices are in the centre of London. And if you're right close to the scene, similar to the pictures we're seeing now, it will feel as though the area has come to a complete standstill and it is on lockdown. And this scene will be. But you travel sometimes just a couple of streets in one direction or another into the heart of London, and life continues as normal. And, of course, nobody would want, apart from terrorists, to stop that happening. The police, the emergency services, the government, the authorities, the Mayor of London, anyone involved in trying to keep London safe and moving will want other parts of London to continue as much as possible, as normally as possible. But of course, what we have going on right now in London Bridge and the immediate vicinity, which is very much central London, albeit just south of the river from the City of London, we have an ongoing terrorist incident and an awful lot of armed police and emergency services with a wide cordon.
A number of casualties, as you can see on your screen. We have not as yet had official confirmation of numbers. We have, however, heard from the London Ambulance Service that they do have sufficient resources to deal with the incidents in Borough Market and at London Bridge. Peter Rhodes, London Ambulance Service's Assistant Director of Operations, has put out this statement. We're responding to an incident alongside other emergency services at London Bridge. We've sent a number of ambulance crews, advanced paramedics and specialist response teams to the scene, with the first of our medics arriving in 6 minutes. An advanced trauma team from London's Air Ambulance has also been dispatched by car. Mr Rhodes continues, we are working closely with other members of the emergency services at the scene, with our priority being to get people to safety and ensure they receive the medical help they need as quickly as possible. Our initial priority is to assess the level and nature of injuries. and ensure that those people in most need are treated first and taken to hospital. Alistair, we were speaking a moment ago about the presence, the armed presence on the streets, and indeed about the terror threat level. What is your best guess as to how JTAC will take this in and perhaps consider a move again to the highest level of readiness as regards the terrorist threat in the streets of London?
Well, let me answer it like this. The threat level was raised, was it last week, the week, in light of the Manchester attacks. The threat level was raised because the attack in Manchester was a sophisticated attack in so much that it was a bomb. And the intelligence agencies and the security services were pretty sure that there was more than just one individual behind that particular attack. And there were, at the time, a lot of unknowns. They didn't know who else was behind it, they didn't know how wide the network was, and they didn't know whether or not there might be another attack. And so those were the reasons why the terror threat level was raised from severe to critical in light of the Manchester attack. So, to move us on to this attack, similar sort of questions and considerations will be taken into account. Who is behind this attack, as best we know, or as best they know? Are they still at large? Do they have others helping them? Do they still pose a threat to London or anywhere else in the United Kingdom? And if the answer is that they do potentially pose an ongoing threat, then I think it would be reasonable to expect that the threat level might again be raised to critical. But no sooner is it raised to the top level, which means an attack is imminent or ongoing, trust me, they want to bring it down as quick as they possibly can do. They don't want to keep it up there for any longer than they have to. Just going back to the medical response, of course, there's Guy's Hospital, isn't it, which is just behind, in the sort of streets behind London Bridge.
And St Thomas's just further along the embankment as well on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, just coincidentally, I was at an event today, a social event today, and talking to a consultant from St Thomas's, and I asked him whether or not he had been a part of the response to the Westminster attacks, and actually he hadn't, but he said a lot of his colleagues had immediately rushed out with first aid kits, blankets, etc. But he made the point that although Thomas's, in that case, for the Westminster attacks, was right on Westminster Bridge, right next door to where the attacks happened, in the way that Guy's is here, because of the way that the emergency response to events like this in London is rehearsed and practiced and thought through, it doesn't necessarily mean they take casualties to the nearest hospital. They go to major trauma centres and emergency centres that are designated around the capital. And that is just, I say that because it is an indication of the planning that has already gone into a response for an event like this. And I think, and these are always, it's always very early days to pass judgment on anything, but it would seem as though, judging by the response times and judging by the pictures of the emergency services at the scene that we've seen, and judging by eyewitnesses, that the response to this attack was extremely rapid indeed. But then you would expect that right in the centre of London as it is.
Alistair, thank you. In just a moment, we'll speak to our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White. But first, we've had a statement from Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London. He said this: the Metropolitan Police are responding to the horrific terrorist attack at London Bridge and Borough Market. My thoughts are with everyone affected, and I'd like to thank the brave men and women of our emergency services who were first on the scene and will be working throughout the night. The Mayor of London continues: I'm in close contact with the Met Commissioner and senior officers, and I'm being kept updated on all developments. I will be attending the Government's emergency meeting later this morning. Sadiq Khan says this: London Bridge Station is closed and we are asking people to avoid the area. The situation is still unfolding, and I would ask all Londoners and visitors to our city to remain calm and vigilant. Please report anything suspicious to the police, but only call 999 in an emergency. The statement from the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, concludes thus: we don't yet know the full details, but this was a deliberate and cowardly attack on innocent Londoners and visitors to our city enjoying their Saturday night. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. There is no justification whatsoever for such barbaric acts. Let's bring in Mark White. Mark, some very, very strong words from the Mayor of London there. A deliberate and cowardly attack, no justification whatsoever for such barbaric acts, he says.
No, indeed, and the first real official confirmation that this is a terrorist attack, really in the form of an expansive statement there, pointing out, as you say, that it was a barbaric and cowardly attack or attacks, and there could be no justification for it, according to the London Mayor. Now, I have to report to you that in the last few minutes, you were speaking to Alistair Bunkle there about the possibility of controlled explosions. We just heard 2 explosions within the last 5 minutes here, just from the area around London Bridge. That area is the scene of quite a lot of police activity at the moment. We've seen officers with shields pushing forward towards the London Bridge, Borough High Street area. We heard these explosions. Now, it's possible, yes, that they could be controlled explosions, but a couple of explosions together like that, and coming also on the back of other reports a little bit earlier of explosions, to me it sounds like it's more likely that they could be the kind of distraction devices, the stun grenades that are used by armed officers when they are pushing forward to confront armed suspects, the kind of devices that we've seen used in some of the raids up in Manchester following the Manchester Arena attack there, where armed police entering a property, fearing that people could be there and armed and about to fight back, throw in these distraction devices to try and dominate the situation and gain control of a scene. We don't know at this stage if all the suspects have been accounted for. The police have not said that. All they have put out actually is a very interesting tweet to followers, the run, hide, tell message that they put out in the event of mass gun shootings has been put out by the Met, urging people to run, to hide if they can, and to tell people, if it's safe, to tell people to call the emergency services. So clearly we're dealing with an incident where, as far as the police in putting that message out are concerned, there are still suspects at large. The information that we have, we understand that at least one suspect may have been subdued. There are reports that someone was shot by armed police. And again, there are pictures that are circulating on social media that show an individual lying on the ground with what appears to be canisters attached to his torso. That picture, it's not been authenticated, but it is widely circulating now on social media, as I say again, showing someone that the picture purports to be a suspect lying on the ground with canisters attached to this alleged suspect's torso. So still, from what we can gather, more than 3 hours after this incident unfolded, it still is an active incident with 2 crime scenes, one at Borough Market, which is just around the corner from where I am, the other at London Bridge, which is again a short distance away from Borough Market itself. And all of the time we are told that more resources are arriving here. They just sporadically sort of clear us out of the way, just on occasions to allow these vehicles to go through. And as you can see, these are public order officers, reinforcements that have been brought in probably from other London boroughs. Some of those officers that we saw earlier, public order trained officers wearing their protective helmets and carrying shields, as they were clearly involved in an active hunt for suspects who we were told had knives on them. And I'll be speaking in a second to my colleague Sarah Hadjibagari, who has been speaking to some eyewitnesses around here in the immediate aftermath. She's been gaining some information about what she's been able to find out. Sarah, what is the latest, as far as you're concerned, from what you've been able to find out?
Well, a lot of people very distraught in this area. We're currently on Southwark Street. You'll see the Shard in the background. We're very close to the London Bridge, which is just behind us. The cordon, however, has continued to expand. I've just tried to walk part of the circumference to try and talk to people. A lot of people in a lot of distress. We are now 3 hours on from when we understand this incident did take place.
And a lot of people still here, Sarah. Either they've decided to stick around and have a look, or they just can't get home.
Indeed, there's a hotel just around the corner. I just went through to try and speak to people, see if there are any witnesses. A lot of people in distress, crying and very emotional, because obviously we've seen the events that have just took place in Manchester. We've heard a lot of police activity. Even in the past hour, we're still seeing huge amounts of ambulances coming through and police cars. And I think there's a general fraught tension in central London. A lot of the streets closed off. And this part of central London has really kind of come to a standstill.
As you mentioned, that hotel nearby, bars as well, actually offering people just a chance to shelter in place, to just take some refuge, to gather their thoughts, wait until things calm down a bit. Even people locally around here, I noticed that Lord Paddock, former Deputy Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police at the time of the 7/7 bombings, he lives around here. He's been tweeting out to people, inviting them, if they want somewhere to stay for the meantime, to come up to his. So some real acts of kindness that you often see when these incidents unfold as well.
Very much so, but also a definite sense of tension. So I went into a second hotel. A huge group of us, there's a nightclub that was just down the road there, have just gone into that hotel, people trying to get taxis and things. And one woman just said, check people's bags. And suddenly there was a security guard there and wasn't letting anyone in without checking people's bags. So there's definitely a sense of tension. A lot of people still not knowing whether there's anyone on the scene that the police are still looking for. Very much, as you can see from behind us, it's an ongoing police incident, and a lot of police down here.
OK, Sarah, for the moment, thanks again. I know you're going off to find some more information for us, but that scene of tension that Sarah talks about is absolutely evident around here. We see just occasionally police pulling people to the side. They've made one or two arrests just further up the street here. These arrests are often just out of an abundance of caution. People that they want to, if you like, in that old terminology that the police use, eliminate them from their inquiries. Just hearing more sounds of explosions just a bit further up the street there, probably a bit too far in the distance for you to make out. But as I'm just going to pop to the side because some more police reinforcements are coming through and heading up now towards that area, up towards Borough Market and London Bridge, the scene of what was another sound of a blast there. As I say, my guess is, rather than controlled explosions, which are being carried out by bomb disposal teams, that it sounds more like the kind of distraction devices, stun grenades that the police use when they're pushing forward to try to confront armed suspects. And we know, in terms of these suspects, that they were armed at the very least with very large knives. These horrific reports that have been emerging from more than one source about this white transit van that, after it careered into people across London Bridge and came to a halt at that point, the back doors opened and at least 3 people emerged from that van carrying these large knives and then began stabbing people, not just on London Bridge, but there was this other incident. We don't know if that was involving the same group of people or whether it was a different group of people, but that was also, we're told, involving a multiple stabbing incident where people were, at least one suspect, pushed forward into a restaurant. He was repelled back by customers in that restaurant bar area, throwing glasses and anything they could at them. The police arrived on scene as well. So still very active, the scene around London Bridge here, judging by the explosions that we can hear and the police activity that continues apace.
Mark, we'll let you try and investigate exactly what those noises are. We just managed to make them out on your microphone. We'll be back to you shortly. And let's just remind you, though, of the statement that the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has released in the last 15 minutes. He said this: The Metropolitan Police are responding to the, as he describes it, horrific terrorist attack at London Bridge and Borough Market. My thoughts are with everyone affected. I'd like to thank the brave men and women of our emergency services who were first on the scene and will be working throughout the night. He carries on. The situation is still unfolding, and I would ask all Londoners and visitors to our city to remain calm and vigilant. Please report anything suspicious to the police, but only call 999 in an emergency. He concludes thus. We don't yet know the full details, but this was a deliberate and cowardly attack on innocent Londoners and visitors to our city enjoying their Saturday night. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. There is no justification, according to the Mayor of London, for such barbaric acts. We are not yet 4 hours from the first calls made from London Bridge to the emergency services, but already we have had a number of stories of strangers opening their doors to tourists caught up in events in and around Borough Market. We know of one pub which has opened its doors to the temporary residents of a hotel who've been evacuated with some concern for their safety. And of course, the lifeblood of London. The black taxi drivers have also been telling their tales. We spoke with one earlier on who told us about passengers, 2 passengers caught up in events in and around Borough Market.
I picked up some passengers. There was 2 passengers. Apparently they came out of the Black and Blue restaurant, and how they described it to me was they were preventing the guys from getting into the restaurant. She actually knew that there were bad people, basically, and possibly
they tried to break in.
Yeah, they tried to break in, absolutely. She managed to hold the door for a few seconds, but then I think they're overpowered. So they managed to escape from the rear door, possibly saving a good 20 people's lives, as they mentioned whilst I took them home.
They all managed to get out the back.
They managed to get out the back. And then that's when they came up to me. I took them to Streatham.
How did they seem when you picked them up?
They were in, oh God, it was so difficult. They were in shock. Shock as if, you can just judge by their face. It was just, she was almost in tears as well, both of them. They were just counting how many heads there were, how many staff there were left behind and making phone calls whilst en route home.
Obviously had a very bad experience.
Yes, extremely bad experience, and they were very shaky as well, so I just calmed them down, as a black cab driver would do, and I got them safely home.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Thank you.
Could you just tell us how you spell your name?
We, of course, have not yet had any word from the London Ambulance Service or indeed from any of the hospitals to which the injured have been sent as to the nature and number of the casualties. But certainly it appears clear that if it hadn't been for the actions of both the police and some very brave members of the public, the situation in London this evening might have been rather worse. Understandably, initial focus was on the first incident to take place, that on London Bridge, where a vehicle said to be a white van came off the road, came back onto the road, and in the process mowed down several people, causing, as far as we know, injuries, and perhaps, and the suspicion is, according to the reports coming in via social media, that those injuries may have been very serious indeed. But then, as we've been hearing throughout the evening, events in and around Borough Market, very close to London Bridge, on the south, very close to London Bridge. Very popular area with locals and indeed with tourists. Our cameraman being told about men wielding knives. Another witness, Simon Thomas, spoke to our reporter as well.
Yeah, I was just outside Borough Market and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and there was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver who had a sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour, and then we were down there for quite a while. The police told us to get out, and then there was more gunfire, I'd say, pretty much as soon as we left the building. So we've been down there for about another half an hour, and then they've just evacuated us now. So.
And what were the police telling you about what was happening, what the events were?
We didn't know. They didn't tell us anything. Well, they didn't. Well, they just said there'd been an incident. They didn't give us any details. But we could see on the CCTV there were people outside the restaurant on the ground.
And these were people who had been injured?
Yeah. The police just said there'd been casualties, so I don't know what extent of their injuries were.
And how did you feel? You didn't know what was happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying. Yeah. I don't know. Still in a state of shock, to be honest.
And we just saw the police escorting people coming out from that area with their hands with your hands on your head. Why was that?
To be honest, I don't know if anyone actually told us to do that, but everyone else was doing it, so just kind of started doing it as well. But yeah, I'm not sure why. Sorry about that.
That's fine. And so when you were the cab driver was initially saying what he had seen,
yeah.
What were you seeing at that time?
Just saw people on the floor and then just ran. And just the wave of people running away, but didn't see anything else apart from that.
And are you able to say how long after you had seen that cab driver, seeing people lying on the floor, did you start hearing gunfire? Can you estimate how long that may have been? 5 minutes, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less, but within that margin. And how many people were crowding in this? You described being in a basement. How many people?
It was about 20 of us, about 20 people, yeah.
And were people looking on their phones? How were you finding out what was happening?
Yeah, people were looking on the phones, but the news was a bit slow to kind of catch on. But yeah, people checked Twitter and rang relatives who then checked on news websites, and it certainly came through.
And as you were coming out, what were you able to see? Because obviously now we're standing about 10-15 minutes walk from where you were now. What were you seeing as you were coming through to this point?
Lots of kind of first aid kits and lots of medical kind of things. There were people on the ground previously, and then apart from that, just lots of armed police and vans and that kind of thing.
And what exactly were the police saying to you as they're trying to get you out of the area?
They said they're looking for suspects across London and that we potentially weren't safe where we were, and that we should move basically towards this Waterloo, which was the safer area.
And I imagine there were plenty of people around you, and yourself. You described yourself being in a state of shock now.
Yeah, pretty much, definitely.
And was it busy? Did it look like it was a busy, normal Saturday night around?
It was very busy. Yeah, there was a lot of people. It's kind of hard to tell when people are moving, but yeah, it was certainly walking up to the station. It was very busy. There was all sorts of people on nights out and that kind of thing.
And how did you? At what point did you realise that you felt it was safe to leave the basement? Did the police come down ramp by the?
The police basically had to tell us. They forced us out. Yeah.
So they came into the restaurant.
Yeah. And they said it was not safe to be there anymore.
Simon Thomas, just one of what one must assume have been thousands of people caught up in events in and around London Bridge last night. Police still in attendance in numbers in and around the area. We know that ambulances, fire service, police and armed police have all been drafted in. The Metropolitan Police have told us that it is a major incident and indeed a terrorist incident. The very latest that we're hearing from London's Guy's Hospital and St Thomas's Hospital is that they are on lockdown to keep patients and staff safe. One of those, Guy's Hospital, very, very close to London Bridge. St Thomas's just along the South Bank, closer, of course, to Westminster Bridge, where just a few weeks ago we saw a very similar incident indeed. This is Sky News at 2 o'clock.
Go, middle of the street, go, as fast as you can. Right down there.
Terrorism has once again hit the heart of London. Multiple casualties are feared in twin attacks near London Bridge. People flee in their hundreds as a van hits pedestrians. Men have reportedly got out and stabbed people with knives.
Everyone was running. Everyone was running. I've never seen anything like it.
Diners hid under tables in restaurants. Amidst fears, at least one attacker remains on the loose. Police lead people to safety as witnesses tell their stories.
The Borough High Street, on corner by High Street and Southwark Street, yeah, 2 armed marked police behind the X5, a black X5. Then get back.
Well, this is the scene at London Bridge, where we've just heard what appeared to be explosions. Officials, emergency personnel are trying to work out what happened. Well, as you can see, clearly a substantial police presence on the street. Police drafted in from around the city. Let's just bring you up to date with that which we know so far. Just after 10 o'clock last night, at 8 minutes past 10, in fact, police received reports of a vehicle driving into pedestrians on London Bridge. Witnesses told how they saw a van on the pavement near Southwark Cathedral. Near there, people lay injured. And just a short time later, reports came of a second incident. Multiple stabbings at Borough Market and armed men inside a restaurant. The tube station at London Bridge was closed. People were told to leave the area immediately. Now, well, let's just show you these pictures, which a viewer sent us from a restaurant in London's Borough Market. This was the scene at the Wright Brothers Oyster and Porterhouse. Staff saw 2 men with knives and items around their waist. Diners were evacuated to the cellar. This is what happened when police helped them escape.
Police order is we're going to follow those. We're going to get to a safe area. It's right out of the restaurant and right again, and we're going to follow those guys.
Right out of the restaurant, right again. We're going to follow the guys. Okay. Just follow everyone. Is the police set to the left?
Yes, yeah.
And they're here?
Yeah, they're here. But head down, I don't know. Head down.
Sorry, guys. Wait, stop.
Keep moving as quick as you can.
Go. Move. What's this lady? Can you calm it down, please? Calm it down.
You need to move now. There's IEDs up on the other end of the road. Okay?
IEDs. As good as possible. Get safe.
Keep going. Keep it moving. Up to that officer, turn right. Go up to that officer, turn right. Up to that officer, turn right.
Guys, thank you.
Okay. At the end of the junction! Keep going down! Stay on the right area! Keep going! Stay on the pavement! Just on What? Huh? What? Blood all over the floor. Away from London Bridge, please. Go, middle of the street, go! As fast as you can! Right down there. What if you want to off the street?
Well, as you can see, Sky's Jason Farrell is just outside the police cordon at London Bridge. But first, let's speak to our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White. And Mark, just give us an idea of the scale of the operation that's taking place on the streets of London this evening. We discovered at around about 25 past midnight that the police were treating the incidents on the bridge and in Borough Market as terror-related.
Yes, this is a huge police and emergency service operation here. We can hear the buzz of the helicopters above us as this, we believe, is still an active search for at least one or more terrorist suspects. We are pushed back now quite a bit from London Bridge itself and Borough Market, which is just further up there around the corner, and every so often another fleet of police vehicles arrives to reinforce and begin or continue with that search operation. We've heard in the last half hour a number of explosions that have come from further up the street towards the area of Borough Market and London Bridge that sound to me like they may have been the kind of explosions that you associate with distraction devices that the police use, stun grenades that we saw being used on more than one occasion in the aftermath of the Manchester Arena attack, where armed police were entering property and wanted to subdue those that they felt could be armed and pose a potential threat to them. The operation itself, as I say, is still ongoing. What we know so far in terms of how this incident unfolded was that initial incident involving a white transit van on the bridge, London Bridge itself, which knocked down a number of people there. Now, we're told from multiple eyewitnesses that when that transit van came to a halt, the doors opened and at least 3 suspects got out of that van armed. One, we're told, with a machete, others with very large knives, and began stabbing people in that area. We have seen some photographs that have just emerged on social media within the last half hour or so that are now being widely circulated that purport to show one of these armed men on the ground having been subdued or incapacitated in some way by police officers. And in that photograph, it's difficult to make out, but it would appear that there are objects that look as though they've been strapped around the torso of this individual that might corroborate these reports of canisters having been strapped around at least one of these attackers that emerged from that transit van. We're aware, of course, of this other incident that unfolded at Borough Market, where again reports of people being stabbed. What we don't know at this stage is whether that was the group of people involved in the incident in London Bridge, which is very close in geographical terms to where Borough Market is, whether it may have been the same group of people moving away from that scene and creating another scene of attack, or whether it was a quite different group of people. But that incident also very horrific in nature. Reports coming out of attackers going into pubs and restaurants. In one pub, the customers in the pub were picking up objects like beer glasses to throw at these attackers to try and repel them. So, as I say, still an ongoing incident, and with me is Sarah Hadjibagheri, who's been here for the last few hours as well, trying to piece together what's been happening. And clearly we've been hearing the explosions. It still is an active scene.
Indeed, it's been incredibly tense over the past few hours. Just to give you a sense of the geography of where we're at the moment, we're on Southwark Street. It's on the south side of the Thames. If you look behind us, of course, you see the Shard. Before the Shard, of course, is Borough Market. This is a very popular area of London for people to go out on a Saturday night. And indeed, the photograph that you were talking about earlier on social media, that the person on the floor is outside the Wheatsheaf pub, a popular pub in Borough Market. I've spoken to lots of revellers who have been on a night out, who've been caught up in this now very large police cordon. It's been widening since we've got here. We've been here now for several hours, but of course this incident took place over 4 hours ago now. However, there's a huge police presence here. This is very much an ongoing police operation. And we can see a lot of resources are down here.
Indeed, as you speak, another armed response vehicle just passed us there, Sarah. And you see the close proximity, of course, to the Shard, that very prominent London skyscraper. Early reports that we had, of course, indicated that one of the incidents unfolding was at the Shard. But you can see just by how close it is to where we are that it was probably linked in, not the Shard itself, but Borough Market. So that scene We don't know if the suspects are still holed up around there, but the sounds of these explosions, possibly extraction devices, would certainly lead us to believe that police are clearing out an area using these devices as they go. And people here, they're quite bemused, some very frightened and not really knowing what to do, because transport links are pretty much affected by this as well.
Indeed, I came from North London 3 hours ago, and getting here, and many of the streets and bridges across London have now been closed. The cordon is quite substantial. I've been walking around trying to find witnesses to speak to. Lots of the local hotels and restaurants, people are inside trying to find out what's happening, trying to get out of this area. A lot of panic when you speak to people because, of course, of what we saw just in Manchester just so recently. There's a real sense of panic in this part of central London.
Yes, and this now obviously confirmed by the London Mayor as terrorist attack or terrorist attacks in terms of 2 locations here. The latest in a line of terrorist attacks. We are still at a terrorist level of severe. It went up to critical. We don't know if it may rise again to critical, depending on whether these suspects are at large or whether they believe there may be others out and about. But I think what was quite telling is that police put out this information on their Twitter feed, this run, hide, tell instruction to people.
Indeed, and I think that to some extent has caused this sense of panic across London. So we're now quite far back. You can see where the Shard is. Just before that is Borough Market. But people here really in a state of distress, especially when you can hear those blasts. We've heard between us 5 blasts in the past 40 minutes or so. And for a lot of people, they haven't heard those kind of noises before. Obviously, you've covered these kind of events before, but it's quite startling when you hear them. And because of the level of police presence down here, the amount of streets that are being closed off, I think there's real fear in London tonight.
Well, you can't blame people for that, obviously, in light of what's happened here. And the police, they just want to ensure that people have the right information, so you can't blame them for that either. But hopefully at some point, thank you very much for the time being, Sarah, hopefully at some point the police will come through with some more information as to what they believe the situation to be with regard to the multiple suspects that we know were involved in this incident in the early stages, and whether they have now all been accounted for, because clearly this is hugely important in terms of how we go forward here. There's a massive armed operation still ongoing here, but if there are suspects still at large, there are all kinds of ramifications for the potential for other incidents. We don't know where these people would go, whether they have them potentially holed up at the moment, or indeed whether they have actually apprehended or subdued them in some other way. But at the moment, here in this area of South London, just round the corner from London Bridge and Borough Market, still an active crime scene, 2 crime scenes, with police reinforcements continuing to arrive. The ambulance service have been very busy triaging those who have been injured in this attack, and we are told there are multiple injured and fatalities, plural. We don't know at this stage how many people have died, but we have been told of fatalities, plural, so clearly some real concern.
Mark, thanks very much. If you've been following our coverage this evening, you will have heard our Home Affairs correspondent Mark White referring to an image which we can show you now, a photograph which appears to show a man on the ground, canisters strapped to his chest, wearing what look very much like camouflage trousers. It also appeared in a closer view of this still photograph that I've seen before that there was an injury to his hand. We don't have any details as to who he is, how he is related to what has been going on this evening, or indeed who that gentleman is just standing to his right. But that photograph has been circulating on social media and elsewhere this evening of someone clearly of interest to the security services and the emergency personnel, with canisters strapped to his chest and camouflage trousers on. I hope we can still speak to our correspondent, Jason Farrell. And Jason, just on the camera where you are in the past few minutes, I believe we saw what appears to be a Metropolitan Police mobile command unit. Now, of course, we have been trying to avoid conjecture, supposition as far as is possible, but the presence of that command unit on the ground close to where you are suggests at least that there is a lot of work being carried out by the police in the immediate environs where you are.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that in all my years of reporting, I have never seen this kind of police presence at any incident ever. It is just constant coming and going of vehicles, and I have never seen a police cordon as large as this. As I was coming in from West London, the cordons were going up a good couple of miles away from where I am now. I'm at least 2 miles away from London Bridge. The Shard, which you can probably see just behind me, that's 1.6 miles away from where we're currently standing. And Borough Market, where one of the incidents took place, is roughly between us, behind. Perhaps you can see the church with the clock on it in the distance. And between where I am and there, we've seen the presence of armed police officers. There are obviously cordons have been going up around the city, and when I arrived earlier, a lot of people coming back from clubs. There are still people out and about trying to get back to their homes, not able to do so. And just, I mean, again, just to give you the scale, Pete, if you bring the camera around back up to the other end of the street, you can see that this area is also closed off. So all the way up to the top of the area there, as well as you see, there's blue flashing lights where cars are not coming down. And this is just one section of a whole area of London that has been closed up. And I've walked around quite a lot of it. It just is endless. It really is. Now, Pete, who's holding the camera, should probably be in front of it right now telling you what happened to him, because he was in Borough Market when the incident happened, and there was a lot of police leaving very, very quickly, or the police themselves trying to get out and warning people to get away from the scene. And it does seem from the reports that we're hearing that the police very rapidly responded to this incident in Borough Market. And it wasn't just a case of clearing people from the ground. There were people we spoke to who were actually in their homes, who were told to leave their homes, get as far away from the area as possible. So they took this very, very seriously, and that's why quite a lot of people have left their houses and come outside of the cordon and now can't get back in. Pete also spoke to an eyewitness who was in the restaurant where this knife attacker apparently walked in, and this witness described a foot-long knife that this man was carrying, and said that he stabbed a woman in the restaurant. Also described some of the other customers in the restaurant trying to repel this attacker by throwing bottles at him, throwing chairs at him, anything they could pick up to try and get this guy out of the restaurant and stop him from attacking anyone else. So I'm no doubt that we'll hear all sorts of stories about how people tried to tackle these attackers and what the police had to do. And as yet, we still don't know exactly, as Mark was saying, whether there are still some at large in this area. But the fact that, as you said, police command unit has been driven in there, a huge truck. I said to the guy who was driving it, "What is that?" And he said, "Oh, it's a truck." And it really did look like a massive vehicle. And in behind that came in another group of police officers in vans. I think if we look around here, there's another one coming down now. This is just, this is constant. There are constantly vehicles coming in with more and more police officers coming to the scenes. There's definitely still more arriving than leaving here this evening as this operation continues to go on in central London.
Yes, Jason, thanks very much indeed. Well, those pictures that you're looking at there are of police on the banks of the Thames. Just to the right of the shot there, I'm sure we'll turn round in a second, is London Bridge itself. The only light on it from the bridge, lights underneath, and even at this time in the morning, 2:20, you would expect to see traffic crossing over in volume. That, of course, not the case. The bridge has been closed. Investigation will be fully underway now as to exactly what happened on there. I want to bring in our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's with me in the studio. And we know two things, Alistair. First of all, that the Prime Minister is returning to Downing Street if she is not there already. And second, that there will tomorrow morning, I'm told, be a meeting of the government's Emergency Civil Contingencies Committee, COBRA. What is the purpose of that? What should we read into that? As you can just see that orange light that you see on the right of your screen there, just expanding as the camera turns slightly around. That is London Bridge itself, and we should be seeing traffic going over it. We are not, of course. But Alistair, tell us about the work of COBRA.
Well, in this context, if you consider how fast-moving events are and how unsure we are as to a lot of the key facts about the incident tonight, the point of COBRA in the morning will be to bring together all of the key figures involved in this incident. It will be chaired by the Prime Minister, as it always is in the most serious of cases. It will include senior cabinet members who have an interest in what is going on. So the Home Secretary, who is nominally, as a politician, the head of MI5, or at least her department is responsible for MI5. The Foreign Secretary, who has the same responsibility for MI6 and GCHQ. The Defence Secretary, I should imagine the Health Secretary as well, given the role of the hospitals and the medical teams in this. And of course, it will also bring in senior figures in the Metropolitan Police. So I imagine the Commissioner, Cresta Dick, will be attending, and the heads of the UK intelligence agencies. And it is to assess where we are, what we know, what is going on, and then look ahead to the coming hours and to consider what needs to be done in the coming hours. And I would have thought there will be a COBRA meeting at around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it wouldn't be any surprise for there to be a follow-up COBRA meeting at some point in the afternoon.
But in terms of the coordination, who takes the lead as regards the investigation? Of course, there must be domestic security services working in the margins of all of this, trying to secure names. But it's the Metropolitan Police that will be front and centre in the response.
It will be. So I think there are two. I mean, where London Bridge sits almost is on the border of two police domains. You've got the Metropolitan Police in charge of London, Greater London, and then you've got the City of London Police, because London Bridge is just over the river from the financial city, the square mile. But in this case, it is very much a Metropolitan Police lead. The UK's National Counter-Terror Unit sits in Scotland Yard, and so they will be leading the investigation and they will be leading the immediate response. But of course, as you say, others feed into that. So the intelligence agencies will feed into it, and they will try and ascertain various things as the investigation develops, and so too other bodies as and when they can do.
Alistair, thank you. Well, that COBRA meeting due to happen tomorrow. Another person that will be attending, we've had confirmed by him, is the Mayor of London. I mean, let's speak to our correspondent, Tamara Cohen, who's also been on the streets of London this evening, monitoring events, trying to bring us up to date. Now, we've had a very strongly worded statement from Sadiq Khan, haven't we?
That's right, yes. In the last few minutes, we've had this statement from the Mayor of London. He says the Metropolitan Police are responding to the horrific terrorist attack at London Bridge and Borough Market, the terrorist nature confirmed by the Prime Minister earlier. He says, "My thoughts are with everyone affected, and I'd like to thank the brave men and women of our emergency services who were first on the scene and will be working throughout the night." He says, "I'm in close contact with the Met Commissioner and senior officers, being kept updated on all developments, and I will be attending the government's emergency COBRA meeting later this morning." He confirms that the station is still closed and they're asking people to avoid the area. He says he would ask all Londoners and visitors to our city to remain calm and vigilant. Please report anything suspicious to the police, but only call 999 in an emergency. He says we don't yet know the full details, but this was a deliberate and cowardly attack on innocent Londoners and visitors to our city enjoying their Saturday night. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms, Sadiq Khan says. There's no justification whatsoever for such barbaric acts. We're starting to get a response from a number of politicians coming in, not just the Prime Minister who has made a statement earlier, but we've also had a statement also from the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, who says, brutal and shocking incidents reported in London. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. And he says thank you to the emergency services. Just to give you an idea what's going on here, we're on Southwark Bridge Road. London Bridge is just a little way over there. I arrived about 11 o'clock to see some people running towards me. They had been drinking in a pub not far from here. The police had come up to them, told them to run. They had run to the other side. A couple of young women I spoke to had jumped into a stranger's car to arrive on the other side of the bridge, and they had seen 2 wounded people lying on the ground, and they said someone else covered in blood when I spoke to them on that side. We later saw a number of people, potentially 100 people, being escorted by police over the bridge, and they were evacuated from a Premier Inn, which is not very far from here. Some of them had been caught up in the incident earlier, had gone back to their hotel, some little children there, just wearing whatever they could throw on, and they were there. The police had apparently gone round knocking on all the doors of the hotel and asked them to evacuate that hotel. Not quite clear what they were looking for in there, but they wanted to do a search of it. So a lot of people quite scared and confused who we've spoken to so far tonight.
Tamara, thanks very much indeed. Tamara just saying that she's close to Southwark Bridge. In fact, we've been speaking to a number of witnesses throughout the evening, all of whom have been trying to provide as much information as possible to try and illuminate events in a city that has, in one part at least, ground to a halt. One of the very first that we spoke to was actually very close to where Tamara is standing. His name was Tony Murphy. He told Sky News that he heard a long period of heavy gunfire before he believed the police had arrived in numbers.
I'm ex-military, and about half an hour ago, preceding all the problem, I have a flat which is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, so London Bridge is across the way, and in fact there was tremendous gunfire which started. I thought at first it was fireworks, but then I recognised it was significant gunfire. And that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after. But the whole incident started with gunfire, and it was significant gunfire. It went on for quite a few minutes, which other people would have thought it was fireworks, but of course I recognised it immediately. So, I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that, the whole shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment, but I was worried about it, and in fact I texted my family to say there was gunfire even before this started.
Tony, so when you heard this gunfire, was it, in your opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing bursts, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon? Well,
there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant, it went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks. And it was still going on, so it happened for a while. But that was before there was any police response, which took about 10 minutes, because they all passed my flat along Upper Thames Street, which I saw them, and the helicopter was in fact, the responses were unbelievably fast, including a helicopter.
So, Tony, roughly what time did you first hear that burst of gunfire?
That was, I lose track of time. It would have been about over half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was about, the police came about 10 minutes afterwards, when they were on the scene passing with all the first police to go. Would have been about 10 minutes after I heard the gunfire.
Tony Murphy speaking to me less than an hour, frankly, after the incident on London Bridge, which we know has led to several casualties. The fear is that it will have led to some fatalities. That has not yet been confirmed by the emergency services, but frankly, people are waiting for that now. London, parts of London at the very least, for the time being on lockdown, as it once again deals with a terrorist attack on the streets of the capital. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Joanna Baker.
You hate Mondays, don't you? There. It's the commute, isn't it? Oh, surprising, really. 2 hours there and back with that lot. Huh. Come on, I'll find you a sweet job 35 minutes away. Yeah!
Tickets, please.
This is my stop.
No, Joe, it's your start.
Muffin?
I love a muffin!
Ready to discover Alpro ice cream? Smooth, creamy and delicious, but with less sugars. New Alpro ice cream, made from nature's tastiest ingredients. Alpro, enjoy plant power.
Rejoin us as we continue to cover what police are describing as 2 terrorist incidents in London. Certainly, from the accounts that we're hearing from eyewitnesses on the ground, the 2 incidents linked. This photograph that you're looking at the moment appears to show a man having been taken into custody, wearing camouflage trousers, but also with some items strapped to his chest. No more information than that at the moment. No more information than that. But what we know of the 2 incidents that took place, well, the first inkling that many people got that something was happening in London this evening came from reports on Twitter from London Bridge. Will Hiven works for The Spectator magazine. He was in a taxi on London Bridge in the immediate aftermath of what we now understand to be an incident in which a vehicle was driven deliberately, it would appear, into pedestrians, causing injuries. Here's what he told me shortly after we began to hear that something untoward was happening in London this evening.
So I think it was about 10 past 10, quarter past 10. I was in the back of an Uber cab driving south over London Bridge, and suddenly noticed on the left-hand side of the bridge, on the pavement, there was somebody down on the pavement with a small crowd around them, clearly very concerned about their welfare. It looked, to be honest, it looked like someone had collapsed, someone had fallen over, and I sort of wondered what was going on. We drove a little bit further southwards across the bridge and noticed that there was another person on the right-hand side of the bridge who was also not on the pavement this time, but in the road itself. And it suddenly, the penny dropped that something quite serious was happening. And basically, suddenly the traffic came to a standstill, and our Uber driver said something bad is happening here, and we looked around. We could hear sirens coming, and then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road. And then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped, and a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack. I think the phrase he used was, it's Westminster all over again. They said there were numerous people in the road, and then a second cab driver stopped and said there had been a series of stabbings. I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that, but that's those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident, and I think I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped. After we'd seen all of that, we stopped in standstill for a few minutes, and I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4, and they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
Of course, we have known for a little over 2 hours now that the working assumption of both the politicians and the police is that these two incidents in Borough Market and on London Bridge are indeed terrorist in nature. The very latest that we're receiving comes from the London Ambulance Service. They've released this statement. They say, "We can confirm we have taken at least 20 patients to 6 hospitals across London following the incident at London Bridge. We've also treated a number of people at the scene for less serious injuries. We've declared a major incident and continue to work closely with other members of the emergency services. Our priority is to ensure patients receive the medical help they need as quickly as possible." The spokesman for the London Ambulance Service concludes his statement with this: "As we are very busy dealing with this incident, we would ask the public to only call us in a genuine emergency and to call NHS 111 for urgent healthcare advice." Well, as you can see, as we replay pictures of the police vans streaming towards London Bridge, and indeed streaming is not a word that we would use lightly, but as our correspondent Jason Farrell was suggesting earlier on, in his view, he has never seen a police response to an incident on the streets of London quite like this before. But there hasn't perhaps, although we have seen people leaving the area at some speed, there hasn't perhaps been the degree of panic that you might assume there would be, given the threat that there has been against London, against the United Kingdom for quite some time. That is not to say that the police have not been trying to move people on as quickly as is possible. Let's just show you these pictures, which a viewer sent us from a restaurant in London's Borough Market. It was the scene at the Wright Brothers Oyster and Porterhouse. Now, staff saw 2 men with knives and items around their waist. Diners were evacuated to the cellar. This is what happened when police helped them escape.
Police order is, we're going to follow those, we're going to get to a safe area. It's right out of the restaurant and right again, and we're going to follow those guys.
Right out of the restaurant, right again, we're going to follow the guys. Okay, just follow everyone. Is the police set to do that?
Yes, yeah.
And they're here?
Yeah, they're here. But heads down, I don't know. Heads down.
Sorry, guys.
Wait, stop.
Keep moving as quick as you can.
Guys, move.
What's this lady? Can you calm it down, please? Calm it
no worries,
down.
Guys, you need to move down. There's IEDs up on the other end of the road. Okay?
IEDs. As good as possible. We're going to say we're going
Keep going. Keep it moving. What's that officer turn right? Go up to that officer, turn right. Up to that officer,
Okay.
turn right.
Thank you. Okay.
At the end of the junction. Keep going down. Stay on the right area. Keep going. Stay on the pavement. Just on
What?
Huh?
What?
Blood all over the floor. Away from London Bridge, please. Go, middle of the street, go, as fast as you can. Right down there.
Well, it will come as no surprise, given the ongoing police operation in and around London Bridge that we hear from the Metropolitan Police and indeed the British Transport Police, that London Bridge will remain closed during the night. Let's though bring in our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White, once again, who has been... I'm told you have a statement from the Home Secretary, Mark.
Yes, that's right. Amber Rudd has just issued a statement on these terrorist attacks as we get confirmation that 20 people have now been taken to 6 hospitals across London for various injuries. Amber Rudd has just said this was a horrific attack in the heart of our capital city, targeted at people enjoying their evening with friends and with family. My thoughts, she said, are with the victims and all of those affected by this incident. As ever, she said, in difficult and traumatic circumstances, I'm extremely proud of our emergency services who responded so swiftly and those who will work tirelessly as the investigation into this appalling incident continues. And I've just spoken to Scotland Yard within the last few minutes as well, trying to get any kind of an update really on the status of the suspects involved in these terrorist incidents. They have not been able to confirm to us that at this stage all of the terrorists have been accounted for, so we have to go on the original advice that they put out some time ago now to the public, which was run, hide, tell. That is the advice for those caught up in mass casualty attacks, to run if they can, to hide, of course, from the danger if that's at all possible, and to contact the emergency services if they are in a safe position to do so. That was the original advice that went out, and there's nothing that's come from Scotland Yard since then. As I say, I just spoke to them a few minutes ago to ask them whether all of the terrorist suspects have now been accounted for, and they were unable to confirm that that is the case as yet. But what we can tell you in terms of the ongoing incident is that some 20 people with varying degrees of injuries have now been taken to 6 hospitals across London. And we know that those injuries included traumatic injuries from being struck by vehicles and also stab injuries from those terror suspects who emerged from that van, we understand, and then launched a sustained knife attack on people just on the south end of the bridge, and then further along the road at Borough Market. Well, with me is Sarah Hadjibagheri, who's been with me for quite some considerable time now, gathering information around here. And really, although we are in the very early hours of the morning, It was a busy Saturday night, and many of these people are still here. We're hearing about people who are effectively trapped, locked into pubs, which you might think is welcome on a Saturday night, but not under these circumstances, Sarah.
Indeed, just to give you a sense of the geography of where exactly we are at the moment, we're on Southwark Street. If you look behind me, of course, the Shard, one of the most iconic buildings in London. Just before the Shard, closer to where we are, is Borough Market. Just to give you a sense of that geography. This part of South London, we're south of the river at the moment, very popular in terms of nightlife, lots of bars and clubs. In fact, we have seen a photo circulating on social media where we see an assailant on the floor outside the Wheatsheaf pub, a popular pub in Borough Market, and I've been speaking to lots of people who have been caught up in what is now a very large police cordon. It's been expanding over the past couple of hours. A huge amount of police resource has been coming to this part of London, and we've seen ambulances and police cars coming here for the past several hours. And now what's happening, of course, is that people are really effectively stuck around here. A lot of the streets are closed off. The main bridges back across to north of the river are closed, and so I've just been speaking to people who are stuck in local bars and hotels who are just desperate to get home and absolutely terrified because over the past hour or so we've heard a series of blasts which have been quite startling, and I think for a lot of people, having seen what happened in Manchester and having seen the level of police presence that is on the streets of central London, there is a sense of fear at the moment.
You mentioned, of course, the picture that's circulating, which we have as well, of a suspect on the ground, and we can see it's not the best quality picture, but we can see what look to be canisters that are attached to the sort of upper torso of this individual on the ground. And we've heard, of course, within the last hour, a number of explosions from around this area, around London Bridge, Borough Market. And what we don't know, of course, Sarah, is whether they were controlled explosions on whatever might have been on these suspects, or whether it may be the kind of stun grenades, distraction devices used by armed police in clearing buildings if they're looking for suspects. It's still an active scene.
Indeed, I mean, we counted between us 5 blasts that we've heard in the past hour and a half or so. It's quietened down in the past half an hour. However, there is a huge amount of police activity, and the area here, the cordon. I tried to walk around it, and you just can't. It's just absolutely huge. And anyone who knows this part of London, and particularly because you've got the Shard there, you can just really see the sense of scale. The whole of this area of South London, which is full of bars and clubs, it's a Saturday night, really closed off. A lot of people essentially stranded, trying to find out how to get home. However, also a sense of Londoners coming together, welcoming people into bars and hotels. There's a restaurant down the road which has stayed open for people to kind of sit and try and contact taxis and things. They're not going to be able to get out of here because all the streets are closed, but I think there's a sense of togetherness here in London.
And unfortunately for those people that are stuck in some of the buildings and pubs and restaurants that are closer to the scene of the attacks, they're probably going to be there for some time, Sarah, obviously, because they are still, as we understand, clearing that scene. So this is the scene now from the area just around London Bridge and Borough Market, where these terrorist attacks happened a few hours ago now, and the confirmation from the emergency services is that 20 people with varying degrees of injuries have been taken to 6 hospitals across London. This is a terrorist incident, according to the London Mayor Sadiq Khan, also Scotland Yard, and of course that confirmation of an appalling attack from the Home Secretary Amber Rudd.
Mark, thanks very much. And as our Home Affairs correspondent was saying just a couple of minutes ago, police, as yet, unable to confirm that all of those responsible for the incidents on London Bridge and in Borough Market have been accounted for. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
It's all set up for Dustin to roll that in and be the hero.
Police were very close to
At this stage, there's not going to be an opportunity because we're just going to be continually doing live hits. At some point, I will need to go to send a voice trial for some.
Yeah. Enjoying themselves. We've also had a statement from Tim Barrett, the Lib Dem leader. Tonight's horrific incidents in London remind us how much we owe our emergency services. Thoughts and prayers with everyone affected. And from the Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, brutal and shocking incidents reported in London. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. And also thanks to the emergency services. So we had campaigning called off for 3 days just a couple of weeks ago in the aftermath of the terrible events in Manchester, and now a second time. I can't imagine the campaigns are really going to get their experience again in a meaningful way before polling day on Thursday.
This has been Bolt with the Fox 5 digital team. Want to come in here and give you guys an update as we pull away from the Sky News feed that was provided through the Fox News channel affiliation. So what we have now are a couple of shots on the scene in London, near London Bridge, where 2 terrorist incidents have occurred, or 2 locations for terrorist incidents. We do not have all the details confirmed yet, but I'll go through here what we have so far. The 2 reports that we have. The first was a vehicle veering off the road and mowing down pedestrians on London Bridge, and gunshots rang out amid reports of a knife attack near the Borough Market. Now, the area that this occurred on tonight, it's an area full of bars and restaurants. And remember, when these happened, this is mostly into the night hours for people over in London. It was a restaurant and bar scene. We've seen several videos throughout the broadcast of panic in these restaurants. And the latest information we've gotten from the British police and intelligence reports saying that there are at least 20 people who have been taken to 6 different hospitals. We've also had reports of several fatalities. We do not have an exact number quite yet. Prime Minister Theresa May said it was a potential act of terrorism, and the Metropolitan Police Force said it had declared the attacks as terrorist incidents. Now, May's office said she would chair a meeting of the government's Cobra Emergency Committee on Sunday. So tomorrow we'll hear even more about the plans for London moving forward. We'll take you over to the other shot. This one looks like it's more of a static on a tripod. This one is moving around quite a bit. Both are stopped at police lines as they've blocked off the areas in which these incidents have occurred. About 2 hours after the first reports of an incident, television images showed people walking away from the London Bridge area with their hands on their heads. Police tweeted that the Londoners should remain calm but be alert and vigilant. Nick Brennan of the British Transport Police said the force had received reports of multiple casualties in an incident possibly involving a knife in a vehicle. At the time, police were not sure of the severity of the injuries. Multiple witnesses report a vehicle veering off the road and hitting several pedestrians. Others say they saw a man with a knife. So as you can tell, not much confirmed yet. We've stayed in touch and monitored as well official news releases both from London and from state departments here in the United States to make sure that we have the latest information for you, but we can only confirm what they allow, especially an incident like this. As much as the media is there to inform of what's going on, it's to get out of the way at a certain point. We've also seen some social media posts online. We've got a couple that we've gotten permission to share. If you take a look on our Fox Facebook page, as well as our Twitter accounts, there's a couple others that we are trying to confirm that they are usable and that they are correct, including one that you might have seen spread out. I believe the Sky News report had it as well. Several outlets are using it, even though I can't tell if much permission has been given out from a person who was at the scene of the terror attacks. I wish I could show it to you right now, but we'll have it for you hopefully here shortly. And this picture shows 2 men laying on the ground near London Bridge, one of them with or easier to see with something strapped onto his chest. But as we continue here through some of the confirmed facts here, in fact, I want to point this out. If there's an emergency outside the United States and you have no other way to contact a loved one, so if you have somebody over in London, you want to make sure that they're okay, or if you haven't been able to contact them yourself, you can call the State Department at 1-888-407-4747. If you go to our website, Fox 5 Atlanta, we also have a web story up with a link if you're looking to get in contact at this point with somebody over in London. So now witnesses have reported seeing injured people on the ground on the bridge. One witness, her name was Holly Jones, told the BBC a white van veered off the road and struck as many as 6 people. She said she saw at least 4 or 5 people on the ground. Another witness, Will Heaven, says he saw people who appeared to have been hit and one being put into an ambulance. We also saw injured people on the road, injured people on the pavement. This witness told Sky News. The witness also said it did not look like an accident, saying that it was clear that the way police were acting, that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident. And since then it has been confirmed or declared a terrorist incident, though nobody has taken responsibility for it to this point, to our knowledge. Some more facts here to go down. BBC Radio had a witness on who said that he saw a man in red with a large blade, 10 inches long, stabbing a man about 3 times near Borough Market. So that's the second location of the 2 locations. There was originally reported 3 locations, but the third was a separate incident altogether, not related to these two areas where attacks occurred. Donald Trump, not long after that, tweeted out, to quote, "We need to be smart, vigilant, and tough. We need the courts to give us back our rights. We need the travel ban as an extra level of safety." So our President Donald Trump taking the opportunity of these attacks to reestablish his belief in the controversial travel ban. Some more information here as we have it coming down. Transport for London, say, London Bridge Station and 2 others were closed pretty quickly at the request of the police, completely shut down. These incidents, to put it within context for everybody out there who's paying attention, it comes less than 3 months after an attacker ran people down with a vehicle on Westminster Bridge, killing 4, then stabbing a policeman to death outside of Parliament. On May 22nd, a suicide bomber killed 22 people and injured dozens at an Ariana Grande concert in Manchester. So several attacks going on for Britain, for the United Kingdom, now 2 in London. After that attack, Britain's officials' threat level from terrorism was raised to critical, meaning an attack may be imminent. Several days later, it was lowered to severe, meaning an attack is highly likely, which leads to the 2 incidents tonight. We've got a couple other statements here I want to read to you. Then we'll take you back full to the 2 shots we have here in London. We have a reporter there standing by to do a report not too long from now. But here's our static shot of the scene there near London Bridge. But here are these 2 statements. The first is from the Department of Homeland Security about the London attack. Quote, "The Department of Homeland Security is closely monitoring the ongoing situation in the United Kingdom. We're working with our interagency partners and foreign counterparts to gain further insight into reported attacks against civilians on London Bridge and in the surrounding areas. U.S. citizens in the area should heed direction from local authorities and maintain security awareness. We encourage any affected U.S. citizens who need assistance to contact the U.S. Embassy in London and follow Department of State guidance. The Secretary has been fully briefed on incidents and the ongoing response. At this time, we have no information to indicate a specific credible terror threat in the United States. We are in contact with and stand ready to assist our friends and allies in the United Kingdom as they respond, investigate, and recover. Our thoughts and prayers are with those affected by these incidents." And once again, if you're just tuning in, that was a quote from our department, United States Department of Homeland Security. Another statement we have is from London's Mayor, Sadiq Khan. It says, quote, "The Metropolitan Police are responding to the horrific terrorist attacks at London Bridge and Borough Market. My thoughts are with everyone affected. I'd like to thank the brave men and women of our emergency services who were first on the scene and will be working throughout the night. I am in close contact with the Met Commissioner and senior officers and being kept updated on all developments. I will be attending the government's emergency COBRA meeting later this morning. London Bridge Station is closed and we are asking people to avoid the area. The situation is still unfolding and I would like all Londoners and visitors to our city to remain calm and vigilant. Please report anything suspicious to the police, but only call 999 in an emergency. We don't yet know full details. This was a deliberate and cowardly attack on innocent Londoners and visitors to our city enjoying their Saturday night. I condemn it to the strongest possible terms. There's no justification whatsoever for such barbaric attacks. For further updates or information, follow the Metropolitan Police on Twitter." So there's a couple of statements to reiterate here the top facts in this case that we have so far. 2 now declared terrorist attacks in London, near London Bridge. The first, a vehicle veering off a road and mowing down pedestrians on London Bridge. Gunshots ringing out not long after, and reports of knife attacks near Borough Market. We'll take you here back to our scenes provided by affiliates of Fox News and Fox News channels. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned. We'll have more updates throughout the night.
Yeah, certainly, Anna. We're at the other side of the cordon, very close to that place where that first attack took place near London Bridge. I'm going to get out of your way really quick so you can see how this sort of scene has been evolving ever since we started reporting from here. And it really looks as though right now
suspects who emerged from that white transit van after it careered over part of London Bridge, knocking down a number of people, who then emerged with a number of knives and began attacking people, and may then have moved on to Borough Market and continued their attack there. We just simply don't know how many of those suspects have been accounted for at this stage. Certainly there is that photograph that is in circulation at the moment that shows a man lying on the ground who, according to those who have taken the photograph, is one of the suspects. And you can quite clearly see, although it's not the best quality photograph taken at night, you can still clearly see what looks like at least a couple of metal canisters that are attached to this man's upper torso as he lies on his back on the ground. We don't even know from the image whether this man is dead or alive at that stage, just that he's down there lying on the ground. So it is still very much an active scene. We are still seeing police movements here. We saw a group of about 10 to 15 officers just move from the area behind me down from Borough Market to one of the side streets. We hear the constant buzz overhead of the police helicopters. We're very concerned at what has happened here, that they're going to be there for some time.
Indeed, I just want to give you a sense of the geography of where we are at the moment. We're on Southwark Street in South London, just south of the Thames. Behind the excellent shard buildings. Just before we get to Borough Market, it's a really popular area of London, lots of bars and clubs, and a lot of the people who have been affected in this area this evening, Saturday night, of course, when lots of people have been out and about, found themselves
They have battery charger in the truck, don't they? Yes. Great. I'm going to need some replacements.
And there was a huge one
Once they sort the truck.
Just to give you a bit more in terms of geography, we're about one bridge across from London Bridge, so we're
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit. audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters.
And also that we know that there are at least 20 people now in hospitals across London. It's only a couple of 100 metres away. It's a real landmark here in London. Borough Market is one of those places that people are at all hours of the day. It's a marketplace, obviously. People go there early and get their fresh produce, but at night time there's a lot of bars and restaurants that come alive. And London in the summer is a place where people love to go and stand and have a pint on the footpath or go and have a drink. And I was up north today filming a story on the election, and as I came into London, we got off the train and then we were caught one of those old great London black cabs back to the Bureau, and you could see Londoners out in the streets everywhere. Beautiful sunny day, people were getting out and enjoying the sunshine, and people would have been coming here tonight on a nice balmy night and expecting to have a great night out, and instead it's turned into this awful, terrible incident.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning here, Jez, so we do expect that they will, speak to the media at some stage. Of course, the police have to be very careful about what kind of information they release when they're dealing with terrorist attacks, and the London Metropolitan Police have described both these attacks as terrorist incidents. They've got to be careful about what information they release. You can see what happened in Manchester, where they were very upset that information got out prematurely about the attacker in Manchester, so they're very careful about releasing that kind of information. Cabinet members together in a secure room. They get advice of their terrorism chiefs, their independent terrorism chiefs. We may even see, Jez, that terrorism threat level go up to critical again now. It's gone back to severe. It's only been critical 3 times in British history, each time for a few days. So if they believe there's, once again, like they believed in Manchester, a network involved in these attacks, then they may boost that level once more up to critical, and you may see troops on the streets guarding famous landmarks in London. Well, Joe, that decision was made based on the best advice they would have from those independent terrorist experts. The reason why it went up to severe was purely based on their belief that there could have been a network.
Ditch the iPhone. That's the answer.
Yeah. Coming back.
It's the load that this old Abbey West caused that's the problem. Yeah? Yeah. Well, I've got a couple of batteries that plug this bad boy in again. Take the cable. Yeah. Swap this one over. Put a big badass brick. Oh, the old antique valve. Yeah. The ones they don't really let me take on planes anymore. They made these great batteries, 120 watt. People loved it, and it's like, oh yeah, we're not allowing anything above 90 watt on planes now. How are you doing? You good?
I would be
well, you grabbed at the right time.
I was holding.
Good. Well, glad you got some.
I've got some running through first soon.
Really? Oh, how bad was it?
Oh yeah.
It's going on Facebook. Did you put it on Al Jazeera?
No, I didn't. Do you know what?
Oh, what a photo.
This is it. There's you. Huh? I didn't get much because I was just running straight.
That was me just trying to get across the street. With my ass. Nice. Oh, I've got... That's good. Oh, sorry, did I pause that?
Yeah, no, I didn't get enough of it.
No. Yeah, see, I saw all that. As I was in the cab coming up, everyone just legging it that way. Not like running, but...
running, that's
yeah.
There's a little bit here where they start running, but it was because as far as I was concerned, it was all on that way.
Yeah.
And I had no idea that they were around the called no. You seem supposed to run there. Which one? I was also running the other way and then the police started shouting.
Right. Oh, so you got further up the road, did you, before you had to come back?
Let's try and cross the shoulder.
Of course, well, oh yeah. I need to start throwing batteries.
You know the problem is.
What's that?
It's not the batteries attached. It's the load that it's pulling. It's too much battery.
Sure.
Stripping them out.
There's probably a problem on it, I would say. Problem with the Abbey West. Or
some of the newer batteries are fine. Yeah. The older ones.
Or it's be even more careful. Maybe the cameras with the Abbey West on the back is just drawing too much. Which is why when you plug in the 12 volt there, the Abbey West goes on. Okay then.
Well, the camera goes on as well.
Do that.
What I'll do when it's finished is I'll be released to go.
Of course. Just hit the whole bag.
These people need to get their son home. Down. Yeah.
Rob Wilkes, 4651.
4651.
Don't be an issue.
Yep.
I'll see the best cover our side.
Yeah.
Just try and install there without being alright.
So these are all just outside of London Bridge by Case Hospital. Just let you know, inside the building, a vehicle got found in a fuse, so not some, and that's the building. You'll probably find a lot of times you have the vehicle to the other side. There's 2 of us here, one officer to walk down. There's a lot of the vehicle, so they can drive out their vehicle.
Yeah. Have we put that in here? Yeah, we need to find out how it's important to Okay, do you know when they want to come to
Lovely, thank you.
Hours, if not days. Hours, if not days. Okay. London Bridge Hotel. Right, update for you. Yeah. It's just waiting a decision. Some of them
Yeah.
still shut, mate. Unfortunately. He's going in that hotel to get something for his wife, pregnant and diabetic. Alright, I'm not trying to... I need to get this car through, okay? Stand on the pavement.
Yeah, I think we've done well. We've done to big UGC source. We've got a couple of good edits. Yes, I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not like that. Whereabouts is this?
That first car, Mike. The first one.
Do you want to get his car?
Yeah, do you want to walk down? This time?
One of you know, alright?
Fox 5 News at 10 starts right now.
We begin with a Fox 5 News alert. A deadly night in London where terrorists carried out violent attacks around London Bridge Saturday. At least 20 people were transported to area hospitals. Authorities in the UK are investigating 2 separate incidents.
The first involving a vehicle that veered off the road and plowed into people walking on London Bridge. Then reports of gunshots and a knife attack at nearby Borough Market. British media reporting that more than 1 person has been killed. In this video showing London Metro Police apprehending 1 person near the scene of the incidents. A terrorist attack on a busy and crowded Saturday night in the heart of London. This unfolding a few weeks after a terrorist mowed people down on nearby Westminster Bridge, killing 5 and injuring 50. Reports that a white van veered off the pavement on London Bridge and struck several people. This witness describes what he saw near the bridge.
2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Where they get back? 3 shots let off. Did you see what they were shooting at? No, but there's a crushed van outside Brindisa. There's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang. But we've just been dashed back by the police.
I was just outside Borough Market and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and there was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver who had a sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour.
British media reporting that several men jumped out of the van and started randomly stabbing pedestrians. People are seen running down the street in panic. London police are urging the public to remain calm but be alert and vigilant. President Trump tweeting, quote, "Whatever the U.S. can do to help out in London and the UK, we will be there. We are with you. God bless."
If you or someone you know is trying to locate a loved one in London, please contact the State Department at the number on your screen. That's 1-888-407-4747. And we have statements about the attacks from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Mayor of London. You can find those on our website at fox5atlanta.com. Deidre?
Here at home, dangerous and...
Authorities in the UK are investigating 2 separate incidents.
The first involving a vehicle that veered off the road and plowed into people walking on London Bridge. Then reports of gunshots and a knife attack at nearby Borough Market. British media reporting that more than 1 person has been killed. In this video showing London Metro Police apprehending 1 person near the scene of the incidents. A terrorist attack on a busy and crowded Saturday night in the heart of London. This unfolding a few weeks after a terrorist mowed people down on nearby Westminster Bridge, killing 5 and injuring 50. Reports that a white van veered off the pavement on London Bridge and struck several people. This witness describes what he saw near the bridge.
2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Where they get back? 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were
3
shooting at?
No, but there's a crush van outside Brindisa. There's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang. But we've just been dashed back by the police.
I was just outside Borough Market and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and there was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver had a sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour.
British media reporting that several men jumped out of the van and started randomly stabbing pedestrians. People are seen running down the street in panic. London police are urging the public to remain calm but be alert and vigilant. President Trump tweeting, quote, "Whatever the U.S. can do to help out in London and the UK, we will be there. We are with you. God bless."
If you or someone you know is trying to locate a loved one in London, please contact the State Department at the number on your screen. That's 1-888-407-4747. And we have statements about the attacks from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Mayor of London. You can find those on our website at fox5atlanta.com. Deidre? Authorities in the UK are investigating 2 separate incidents.
The first involving a vehicle that veered off the road and plowed into people walking on London Bridge. Then reports of gunshots and a knife attack at nearby Borough Market. British media reporting that more than 1 person has been killed. In this video showing London Metro Police apprehending 1 person near the scene of the incidents. A terrorist attack on a busy and crowded Saturday night in the heart of London. This unfolding a few weeks after a terrorist mowed people down on nearby Westminster Bridge, killing 5 and injuring 50. Reports that a white van veered off the pavement on London Bridge and struck several people. This witness describes what he saw near the bridge.
2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Where they get back? 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were shooting at?
No, but there's a crush van outside Brindisa. There's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang. But we've just been dashed back by the police.
I was just outside Borough Market and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and there was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver had a sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour.
British media reporting that several men jumped out of the van and started randomly stabbing pedestrians. People are seen running down the street in panic. London police are urging the public to remain calm but be alert and vigilant. President Trump tweeting, quote, "Whatever the U.S. can do to help out in London and the UK, we will be there. We are with you. God bless."
If you or someone you know is trying to locate a loved one in London, please contact the State Department at the number on your screen. That's 1-888-407-4747. And we have statements about the attacks from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Mayor of London. You can find those on our website at fox5atlanta.com. Deidre? Authorities in the UK are investigating 2 separate incidents.
The first involving a vehicle that veered off the road and plowed into people walking on London Bridge. Then reports of gunshots and a knife attack at nearby Borough Market. British media reporting that more than 1 person has been killed. In this video showing London Metro Police apprehending 1 person near the scene of the incidents. A terrorist attack on a busy and crowded Saturday night in the heart of London. This unfolding a few weeks after a terrorist mowed people down on nearby Westminster Bridge, killing 5 and injuring 50. Reports that a white van veered off the pavement on London Bridge and struck several people. This witness describes what he saw near the bridge.
2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Where they get back? 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were shooting at?
No, but there's a crush van outside Brindisa. There's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang. But we've just been dashed back by the police.
I was just outside Borough Market and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and There was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver who had his sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour.
British media reporting that several men jumped out of the van and started randomly stabbing pedestrians. People are seen running down the street in panic. London police are urging the public to remain calm but be alert and vigilant. President Trump tweeting, quote, "Whatever the U.S. can do to help out in London and the UK, we will be there. We are with you. God bless."
If you or someone you know is trying to locate a loved one in London, please contact the State Department at the number on your screen. That's 1-888-407-4747. And we have statements about the attacks from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Mayor of London. You can find those on our website at fox5atlanta.com. Deidre? Authorities in the UK are investigating 2 separate incidents.
The first involving a vehicle that veered off the road and plowed into people walking on London Bridge. Then reports of gunshots and a knife attack at nearby Borough Market. British media reporting that more than one person has been killed. In this video showing London Metro Police apprehending one person near the scene of the incidents. A terrorist attack on a busy and crowded Saturday night in the heart of London. This unfolding a few weeks after a terrorist mowed people down on nearby Westminster Bridge, killing 5 and injuring 50. Reports that a white van veered off the pavement on London Bridge and struck several people. This witness describes what he saw near the bridge.
2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Where they get back? 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were
3 shots? No, but there's a crushed van outside Brindisa. There's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang. But we've just been dashed back by the police.
I was just outside Borough Market, and I just saw suddenly loads of people run away from the market, and there was people lying on the ground, and there was a taxi driver who had his sort of window down. He was really shouting at people to run. We ran for like 100 metres, and then sort of loads of police cars turned up, and there was kind of a period of quite intense gunfire. I hid in a restaurant basement for about an hour.
British media reporting that several men jumped out of the van and started randomly stabbing pedestrians. People are seen running down the street in panic. London police are urging the public to remain calm but be alert and vigilant. President Trump tweeting, quote, "Whatever the U.S. can do to help out in London and the UK, we will be there. We are with you. God bless."
If you or someone you know is trying to locate a loved one in London, please contact the State Department at the number on your screen. That's 1-888-407-4747. And we have statements about the attacks from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Mayor of London. You can find those on our website at fox5atlanta.com. Deidre? Authorities in the UK are investigating 2 separate incidents.
The first involving a vehicle that veered off the road and plowed into people walking on London Bridge. Then reports of gunshots and a knife attack at nearby Borough Market. British media reporting that more than one person has been killed. In this video showing London Metro Police apprehending one person near the scene of the incidents. A terrorist attack on a busy and crowded Saturday night in the heart of London. This unfolding a few weeks after a terrorist mowed people down on nearby Westminster Bridge, killing 5 and injuring 50. Reports that a white van veered off the pavement on London Bridge and struck several people. This witness describes what he saw near the bridge.
2 armed marked police behind the X5, black X5. Where they get back? 3 shots let off.
Did you see what they were
3 shots? No, but there's a crushed van outside Brindisa. There's shots getting fired and bang, bang, bang.